live
Good
and
morning.
clear.
Good morning.
Andrew. Good morning, brother. How you doing?
Good,
man?
yourself? What's up, KG?
Good, man. Good. Can one of you play Actually, I could probably do it. Never mind. I'm just gonna play some music.
Guys, before we get started, everyone be sure to share the space. That button is on the bottom right. We appreciate you guys in advance. And we'll be starting within, Noah, let's say maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes, roughly.
Yeah, I want to let the two co-hosts join up and let people get settled in. So not too strict on the time, but yeah, typically like to start around the top of the hour. Yeah, I'm just going to play some music here. Hype up. Give me a sec, guys. Let me get this music going. Just playing a hype up mix up.
You probably think that you are better now. You only say it 'cause I'm not around. You know I never meant to let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. I did not believe that you were dead, no. Everything came second to the best, no. You're not even speaking to my friends, no. Who knew all my uncles and my aunts, so anything I know about it, open doors. We were looking forward to the rest of our lives. Used to keep my picture posted by your bedside. Always in your dresser with the socks you don't like. And I'm rolling. With my brothers like it's Jonas. Drinking and I'm trying to forget. You probably think that you are better now. You always say it 'cause I'm not around. You know I never meant to let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. You know I said that I am better now. I always said it 'cause you're not around. You know I never meant to let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. I seen you with your other dude. He seemed like he was pretty cool. I was so broken over you. Life it goes on, what can you do? I just wonder what it's gonna take. Another foreign or a bigger change. 'Cause no matter how my life has changed, I keep on looking back on better days. You probably think that you know I said that I am better now. I always said it 'cause you're not around. You know I never meant to let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. You know I said that I am better now. I always said it 'cause you're not around. You know I never meant to let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything.
You are the shadow to my light. Do you feel alright?
All right, guys, we are at the top of the hour, and I could have sworn that I hit record for the space, and I'm looking right now; it's not recording, and maybe that's my mistake. But um, we do record these and post them on YouTube. I don't know if I can change that setting right now, but let's. Yeah, it's a silly mistake, but again, it happened. We're here today to discuss ChaptGPT, and it's AI is something that I'm. It's out of my sphere of knowledge, or at least I'm a very much a beginner. But over the course of the last week and a half or 2 weeks, I've just been hearing about this app nonstop. I figured I would throw together a group of panelists, and I know people in the audience want to come up. Unfortunately, Twitter caps me on how many folks I can bring up here. We have people coming in later on, and as more people trickle in and more people leave, I'll try to get you guys up. But basically, ChatGPT crossed over 1 million users in less than 5 days. And for some context, it took WhatsApp and Instagram 2 years to do that, and Snapchat 1 year to do that. So it's a major milestone in a relatively short amount of time. For those that don't know, ChatGPT is a conversational AI model, and it was created by OpenAI, which is the company that created GPT-3, the AI language model. And so GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, and it is a type of language model that learns on machine learning and deep learning principles to generate human-like content through an API and natural language process. So I don't know. I mean, I have a general idea of what that means, but from a nuts and bolts perspective, I don't. So hopefully, we have some people here that can shed insight on that. The model that most AI copywriters are built on is what lets them. This is the model. Excuse me. GPT-3 is the model that what most AI copywriters are built on, which lets them create human-like content. Now, the main difference between ChatGPT and GPT-3, I believe the former being GPT-5, is that you're able to use this AI model in a more conversational way. So the dialogue format makes it so that ChatGPT can answer follow-up questions, admit its mistakes, challenge incorrect premises, reject inappropriate requests, and you can think of ChatGPT as a sibling model that instructs GPT, which is it's trained to properly follow. GPT is trained to properly follow instructions and provide a detailed response. So, unlike Jasper and other AI models or AI copywriters, ChatGPT is free, which is probably why it's so popular, and it's still in testing mode. So that tells you something. I would be curious to see what it's going to look like when it goes full alpha. It's quite obvious that this is a disruptive tool, and it has the potential, in my opinion, even now to uh, take over certain roles traditionally held by humans, such as copywriting, answering customer service inquiries, writing news reports, creating legal documents. I mean, some of the stuff still needs work, but as AI continues to improve more and more, you'll see either jobs threatened, you'll see new jobs created. Either way, I think we can all agree that this is a big breakthrough moment. By the way, guys, raise your hands if you want to just jump in. I'm going to finish up my opening statements here soon, but there are two big arguments being made, right? One is AI going to completely take over and displace humans in the long run, or is AI a tool that human beings are going to use to augment their abilities, whether it's their creativity, their cognitive function, their ability to do things like math, physics, and engineering? I think these are all questions that we have, and hopefully we get some answers here. I have a couple AI experts, and yeah, I'm gonna pass the mic to whoever wants it. Otherwise, I will continue to ramble. So feel free to raise your hand. Feel free to uncue your mic. But go ahead, Woody.
Hi Noah, this is Udi from Nest Protocol, and thank you for have this space. Yeah, I just want to cue Carter, and I know Carter team. he and his team work on ChaptGPT and do a lot of research on it. Yeah, please feel free to share some insight with us about it. Yeah, Carter, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. This is Carter, and I'm the founder of Trust. And I want to feedback the question from Noah. Actually, I think if in this situation, wanted to replace the human, I think within 10 years it is impossible because actually AI is still in the very early stage. If you try to find how to build an AI algorithm, you will find out actually it is a very difficult process, and you need to prepare lots of data. Even we have a pre-trained model, but it is still need data. The second one, it is still in the black box. uh, Actually, if we use the deep learning, and we still don't know how the deep learning process and how to count down the result. So actually, it's a very early stage. So when I work in the research team before in the Microsoft, we think artificial intelligence is same as the natural stupid robot because we need to teach them what is one, what is two, what three, and so if we create an AI tool, that'll be possible in in current era. But if you need to replace the human, this is super difficult. And and the second one about the Chat GPT, maybe everyone have tried that, but actually this technology is not a new idea. Actually, it's just 2 years or 3 years ago, we already know we can do that, and we can use that to do lots of things, and even we can chit chat with the elder, and for different scenario. But actually, if you want to use this in the business for business, it's still in a very early stage because we don't know what is because every day humans still in the evolution, and we are smarter than before. So if we want to teach AI smarter than us, this is it's very difficult. So we need more technology to help us to process this, but not just try to wait. So we can use the AI tool and for fun and for easy, but otherwise, others is impossible. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Carter. I want to pass the mic to Andrew.
Thanks, Noah. Carter, I do have a question for you very, very quickly. Obviously, you have more in-depth knowledge within AI than I guess most of the speakers up here. So I'll ask you this question pretty briefly. The creation of chat does it threaten Google at all? The way that Google threatened Yellow Pages back in the day.
I think it is also impossible because current situation, if we want to do these kind of things, we need to lots of computing, computing, computing power, because in current situation is if you want to build a very smarter AI, we need to lots of cost, and we need more data to do that. So I think this is impossible right now.
Let's pass the mic to Woody, and then we got DApp development.
Yeah, I have one follow-up question for Carter. I just said that the current AI technology is in a very early stage. So what kind of applications of AI will come up in the short term in the next year by using this early stage AI technology in your mind? Hey, hello?
Carter, I think the question was directed to you.
Sorry, it's just disconnect. Can you say that again?
It's because you just said the current AI technology is in the very early stage, and the business usage is very limited. So, what kind of applications of AI will come out in the short term based on the current AI technology?
So for this question, it's a good question, and actually, uh, we need to define what is AI, because it's a long time ago when tried to use AI to compete the game. So we call that AI, and actually AI is we can trace the 1990 years. Is a long time ago. So actually, if we wanted to use AI for our life, actually it's just only to help us to quickly to make decision. For example, uh, even I already left Microsoft, but I believe lots of people use Office. Actually, Office there's so much more AI element when you use that. For example, PowerPoint. There's one function we call design, and you put some picture and word and in the PowerPoint one page, and then they will suggest you which design will be better. We'll give you some suggestion. We'll give you some choice, and you just need to choose one, and that will make your PowerPoint be very beautiful, excellent. So that is AI, and that is also use computer vision and lots of algorithm to help uh, Office more smarter. So it is very quick example, and others if you want to use for natural language processing, and it is very high. It's a very high level AI in current situation. For example, you need to generate a new sentence, or you need to understand the sentence how what does that mean. It's a it's very difficult to read the one article. You can read a short sentence, but it's very difficult to understand all the article. But you also can generate very small sentence, just like poetry. And now technology can do that. But actually, that is not solve solution. It's just help you to quick make decision. And finally, it's about the translator. Everybody ever use translator for English to Chinese, Chinese to English. Actually, I want to share this use the very easy uh, learning, machine learning. We call这什么迁移学习 transfer learning. Actually, we use this deep learning to help to make algorithms, and we can build the algorithm to easy to transfer the one different language to another one. So it is also AI. So I think in current situation we can use this one to help the human world be better. Others we need to still wait. Thank you.
Let's
Thank you
pass.
for your answer.
Oh yeah. Thank you for the answer, Carter. Let's pass the mic to my lord. He's on DApp development.
Hey everyone. Yeah, just wanted to essentially kind of flesh out a little bit even more kind of what Carter was saying, because it's very true that we're in the very early stages of AI, and I think that actually deeming the word AI kind of gives it a lot more a lot more potency than it actually is right now, because we're not at the level where we have general artificial intelligence. Right now, these things are basically specialized algorithms that accomplish a particular goal. Because really what machine learning is trying to solve the method to accomplish a result given certain inputs. And that's at its core what it's about. This particular one, or with ChaptGPT though, so this is ChaptGPT 3.5, is essentially a specialized version of GPT-3. And all the GPT algorithm really is trying to do, actually, which I find very interesting, is just it's trying to predict what the next word is going to be in a sentence, and it just takes that and creates like a feedback loop onto itself. So when you type in a question or some kind of response, it takes that input and essentially determines what the most probable next word is going to be, and then it uses that next part in a like kind of clustered together and figures out what the next word is, and so on and so forth. But with the conversational model, with how ChatGPT works, that has been more trained on like actual like kind of a conversational basis, which is why it responds to you and doesn't simply add on to more of what you're doing. If there's any other like software engineers or programmers out there that have used like GitHub Copilot, that one is also based off of the GPT-3 algorithm, but this one is more focused on like code snippets and those type of responses that adds on to what you're typing, which is what the original intention of GPT-3 was made for. So it's or that's kind of like a very kind of general breakdown of what it does. But yeah, I just wanted to hop in real quick. So
Milord, do you want to give a quick background of yourself and your experience working with AI?
Sure. I mean, so I'm a software engineer, also co-founder of my company called Dapt.net. We build Web3 and decentralized applications and protocols, just all over, for pretty much any chain. And background about me, I've been a tech enthusiast for pretty much my entire life. Been like programming since middle school, so I have a lot of experimental knowledge in a lot of various fields. Got started with like game development and just kind of progressed from there. And yeah, I've been messing with machine learning for a number of years now. Just starting with the good old um, um, uh, sorry, I'm a loss of words right now, but yes, I've been experimenting with machine learning and like perceptrons and understanding kind of how it's influenced not only on the tech level but also on a philosophical level, how it would influence and impact our daily lives. So I find this whole thing to be very interesting.
Yeah, I think we can all agree there, and we're really happy to have you on. Yusuf, you got your hand up, and then I'm going to go to Rob after that.
Hey, Noah, how are you?
What's up, brother? Welcome.
Yeah, so essentially I just want to say, my perception of AI and where the future of AI will lead. So if you analyze the history and the relationship between technology and humans, you can see one thing is clear. So technology makes skills which were once necessary redundant. So for instance, before the calculator was invented in I believe 1820, to do more advanced arithmetics, you had to have a high understanding of mathematics. So businesses had high demand for mathematicians. After the calculator and it came about, the demand for mathematicians, as in available open jobs for mathematicians, decreased. So, today in your average business, you have accountants, which came about, which have a much lower understanding of math, but understand the logic of it, which are able to utilize mathematics to do all these calculations with technology. So, where I'm going with this is I see a lot of jobs existing today which will be made redundant due to AI in the future, possibly. So things like programmers specializing in bug fixes, or jobs with creative writers or logo designers. Tasks like these might be able to be reproduced with AI tools in the future, which could risk existing jobs. So I believe AI is a positive in the sense that it will make quality of life increase with decreasing the hassle associated with everyday tasks. But I also think it is a risk because advanced AI will lead to a decrease in the average IQ, since cognitive tasks will be reduced, so less thinking will be needed essentially. So with current technology, we still need to do to do the tasks itself, right? So if you're starting a business, we utilize technology like to help with accounting and finance, but we still need to do the tasks ourselves. In the future, let's say AI has decision making capabilities. Um, so, so think of it like cruise control in the car, right? So with cruise control, You still need to have like driving tasks. You still need to know how to drive. But let's say with something like FSD, full self driving, the car can drive itself. So like you don't need to know how to drive anymore. So even with cruise control, you still need to know how to drive. You're just utilizing tech to make your life easier. But with AI, the skill is completely gone. It's relinquished. You don't need it anymore. So I do believe AI will help humans in the sense that it will make tasks easier. But I do believe if AI has decision making capabilities, which is pretty much the definition of AI, to be able to make decisions and think for itself, then I believe that will risk humanity in the sense that a lot of skills will be made redundant and decrease, the intelligence and the cognitive use we have.
Yusuf, I think you made a great point here, and it's something that I was harping on yesterday. That AI is going to it's going to allow us to express ourselves creatively in ways that maybe we can't currently, but it's also going to diminish some of our skills. Let's take calculus, for example. If you can plug calculus or have AI do calculus for you, then there's no real reason to know how to do it. But learning something like calculus is mental gymnastics, and it's very good for your brain. And I mean, I can think of a period where I was going through Calc 1, Calc 2, and linear algebra, and I remember coming out of those courses feeling like my brain got hit by a train in a good way. Like it allows certain parts of your brain to wire and connect to one another that otherwise wouldn't. So I do think that we are going to see a decline in IQ, at least for the majority of the population, as they rely more and more towards this technology. I think Rob is next. I see a bunch of hands up. I'm going to try to get you guys in order if I can.
Yeah, to just talk, do you guys hear me?
Yeah, Rob. Loud and
Okay.
clear. Yeah.
So, in terms of the chat GPT, if you go back in history, there was people called it the Turing test, which is when you're having a conversation via text, can you figure out whether the person on the opposite end of your conversation is a human or is some kind of computer program? So I look at chat GPT as just the evolution of that. It's getting harder and harder to tell when you're getting information, whether it was generated by a human or not. You can also take a look if you want to look at how we've dealt with this issue in the past. Is Philip K. Dick's "Do Androids Dream of Electronic Sheep?" and the whole concept of in the movie The Blade Runner of how they were able to tell whether someone was a human or whether someone was a robot. So ChatGPT is just a very sophisticated way to mimic human speech. Now, you can't really call that, in my opinion, you can call that a kind of artificial intelligence, but it's not the artificial intelligence that everybody's really concerned about, which is, taking jobs or different algorithms like our speakers, like a couple of the speakers talked about before. So I look at this as periodically one of those really amazing new iterations of something old that has happened in the past. Does it have, is it going to completely change, creative writing? The more I look at it, the more, lower quality writing, sure, it'll impact that. But, being able to reproduce or create something like Melville wrote or Murakami or any of these, fantastic authors that we've had in the 19th and 20th century is going to be very, very difficult, and is probably not going to happen for a while. So don't worry, guys. The robots aren't taking over yet, and just be real specific about, when you see these clickbait articles, try to find a historical analogy of a test or something that was used in the past and say, this isn't a fundamental shift. It may be making things more efficient, but it's not completely upending the table and putting humanity in a precarious situation.
I'm glad you quoted the Turing test. I think that at a certain point, it would get to a place where there's a 50-50 chance that you would either know it's AI or know it's human. We are heading on that trajectory, I think, based on what I've read. But I mean, Rob made a great point. It's Chat GPT is designed to study the total sum of human information and play it back. It's a map engine. So it doesn't just come alive and recognize that it's conscious. It's a bit more science fiction and far-fetched at this current point in time. Hannah, I'm gonna let Hannah skip the line because they're an expert on AI and they haven't spoken yet. And then I'm gonna move to, I believe it was KG and then Adam, just reiterating so I don't lose my train of thought.
Cool. Hi, everybody. So I wanted to share in a way how we perceive it. Yeah, this is a kind of not taking jobs. No, it is so advanced. If you started testing, you could see how many mistakes did it make. It's just the tool that can help you to give you some ideas, but it still makes a lot of mistakes. If we go into the history, when the cars were invented, there was like an objection, many jobs for the horse riders and all the industry will be destroyed. So there were those red flaggers, like it was supposed if you bought a car, you were supposed to have a red flagger, a person who would go in front of your car and wave a red flag, so you wouldn't hurt horses. So it was kind of a new job created. And for the chat, so for what we are trying to say is, yeah, it is a cool, a fun tool, but definitely it tells you it is just complementary. It augments something that you are trying to do. So there is no any sort of scary scenario for the extinction of humanity and it's going to replace. It is a model that is trained, right, till 2021. So the data there is 2021. It will not know what is after that period, right? So that is also one of the limitations. And of course, some of the industries probably will be affected. But in general, I think it will just speed up some things, definitely. Still, the human intelligence is going to go into direction. Still, we will need to study algebra for our tests, and we will need to understand many things in order to perceive with some things. So in definitely in the medium term and long term, it will not be able to affect our genes and how we think.
Thank you, Hannah. Adam, I believe you're next.
Hey, thanks for this. And yeah, I think the interesting thing is if we look at history, and we can go back to 1923, there was an inventor, a guy named Charles Steinmetz, and he was very well known as an inventor back then, famous for mastery of electricity and predictions and things like that. He predicted that by the year 2023, so next year, so much of our work would be automated that we'd all be working 4-hour work days. So in a way, this can, yes, take over some aspects of jobs, but what it's really doing is it's making things more efficient, right? Now that's one thing. The exciting thing about this, and you could use that same mindset with the calculator, right? So we were talking about mathematics earlier. You could say the same thing with Google at the moment. Heck, we're all becoming either expert researchers with Google, or we're becoming stupider with Google as well. But if we put that into today, I think why this is exciting is that it's not that people are going to stop working. It's that automation of one industry is going to lead to the creation of a next. It's going to open us up to be able to either focus our time, give us new capabilities. I'm really excited about what this technology is going to be able to allow us to do. And for the startup ecosystem, right? The startups out there that can now accelerate faster by automating processes for themselves, or the new startups that are going to be built on top of this technology, right? We all know OpenAI is the leader in this space, but there's so many more that are up and coming, developing the AI tools themselves, but that will be built upon AI. That's another point that I think will be exciting to talk about later today. But for now, I'll pass the mic back to you guys.
KG.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great conversation. I'm learning a lot. My position in all of this is not the AI technical expert. That is clearly some of the other members of the panel's expertise. So I'm not going to speak to AI from a technical perspective. My role in all of this is I am a self-proclaimed philosopher. Hey, be it till you see it. I'm trying to get sticky with it. AI has a lot of implications, both good and both bad. I like what Yusuf said. It aids to the diminishment of the human skill. Now, with AI, it's almost inevitably, I'm open to be convinced otherwise, but I can't see any other reality other than AI progresses to a point where it does turn into some kind of war. That could be 1,000 years from now. I don't know what the time is. But the way that we utilize machines is it's like a slave relationship, right? We use them, we abuse them, we don't maintenance them, we look at machines as less than humans. And whenever machines, if it's possible for them to become conscious, what are they going to see? They're going to see, I have been abused and used by my slave drivers. So in my opinion, it's inevitably going to be, you're going to have pro-human machines, anti-human machines, machines that just don't care. They're just their own race. They're just doing their thing. And then following that up to say, I do also agree that AI is probably in the very, very early stages because humans can't even define what consciousness is on a human level. That's where religion comes from, philosophy comes from, different aspects of science, different practices of science. Nobody can quite put their finger on consciousness. So, how is it that even though we can't define that within ourselves in a way that we agree upon, or really even in a way that we can articulate, how are we going to put consciousness into a line of code? I am still skeptical that true AI, I'm still skeptical if it's even possible.
I'm going to pass the mic to Dow Chemist. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Great conversation. I love this topic. I wish it could stay longer, but I'm just going to give you guys my 2 cents on that. And I hope you guys are going to have this conversation on an ongoing basis, like every week on a regular basis, because this is important. So I hear it from the expert that we're early, and this is not general artificial intelligence. There's still a lot of human involved in that process of learning and creating this AI for sure. But if you look at it from the point of view end consumer, it doesn't matter, right? To me, it feels like this is like the iPhone moment, where up until right now, people talk about AI is kind of like this esoteric thing that a few nerds understand how to work and play with. But now it's ready for end consumers, like regular Joe average, to play with it. And to their end, it doesn't really matter how it works. It's just the fact that it creates this illusion that it just works. They just give you this great answer that's superior to what Google search gives you. Like I was playing with a couple of conversation dialogues, and honestly, like I couldn't tell if this was from like a Hollywood screenwriter or actual AI. Like it looked good. The models were great. The conversation was amazing. So I think it is a massive moment, even though the technology is still early and it's not what I guess you guys would expect as what we call true AI. When you look at consumer technology, like the end consumer doesn't know how the iPhone works, doesn't know how the car works. So to them, it's all implementation detail. So that interface to me is just such a massive game changer. Like I'm gonna play with it. I know kids are gonna be playing with it to do their homeworks. So, in my opinion, that's important for us to have this conversation. So I'm looking to listen to you guys, and hopefully we have those conversations on an ongoing basis.
Yo, Dow Chemist, you made a great point, man. And that's one of the things I see happening immediately is not just students using this to complete homework or write essays, but content writers, creative writers, not getting displaced, but that those markets getting more saturated because a lot of people have great ideas up in their brain, but it's hard for them to get it on paper. They don't have the aptitude or they don't have the writing experience. And when you're able to plug certain ideas into an AI that can kind of eloquently and articulately put those ideas out, you can take bits and pieces and really just create your own unique essay or your own unique piece of writing. So that's an immediate paradigm shift that I see happening. But I would love to hear other people's thoughts and comments on that. I think Malord. I'm so sorry, guys, if I get this order incorrectly, but Malord is next.
Okay. Yeah. So, also I mean, I really, really like where this is going as well. I've thought of this part a lot. And, it really is about, kind of what Yusuf was saying, that there's going to be an evolution in what we consider jobs, actually. Because if you look at like just the nature of how jobs in the past versus jobs today, like there was things that were, or like for example, a person that operates the elevator. That was a job that was considered essential in the past, for various buildings, but now those are completely replaced. Same thing with same thing with like people who, unless you live in the state of New Jersey, people who pump gas for you. It like because we didn't have that automated like kind of cutoff switch, and with a lot of technology, like it's really a progression that does kind of two things. It saves time for people, but it also unlocks certain skills, like what you guys were mentioning just now, where a person like that has a particular idea can now kind of use technology in order to accomplish different things. And that's also true like at the very early creations of just computing in general, right? People that um, um, it improved our efficiency, improved our time, that type of stuff. But I really do think that, and this is to kind of go also a little bit on what KG is saying, that there also needs to be um, an evolution on how we think about how we interact with computers as AI gets more and more powerful. Because otherwise, yes, the scenario is going to happen that we've seen in plenty of movies where, there's the whole robot uprising. So if we don't wise up and if we don't, as things get more and more, where we do actually consider them our equals. And it doesn't matter if we perceive them to have consciousness or a soul or whatever it may be, just the fact that if they can interpret something in a particular way, we need to have the benefit of the doubt and just assume that it is true, because that's one of the biggest problems that has occurred throughout human history, where we make the assumption that, oh, this person can't feel pain, or this person doesn't have the same type of emotions, or they're considered inferior compared to how I am, and that inevitably leads to huge problems. And as long as we're optimistic and evolving with the technology, and in the terms of the automation type of thing, yes, jobs are going to be automated. That is actually just inevitable and part of the technological progress. But I really do think that new jobs will open up, as well as jobs that are just more or less enjoyable. Like, for example, when YouTube came out, the term YouTuber never was considered a job, but it kind of evolved and became its own thing. So more of that will also continue into the future. And so I don't think it's necessarily a pessimistic thing that that we're growing and evolving this way. I happen to think it's quite exciting, and I'm optimistic, but it's also just me. So
I would share that sentiment. I find myself optimistic towards this as well. Yusuf, I think the mic's yours.
Yeah. So essentially, I was first gonna say that I completely agree with what Dap said. That where jobs go, more will come in. even though that I believe that the average IQ will decrease due to AI, etc., I do believe that when jobs go, some will come in. Like for instance, he gave the example of YouTubers. I believe there will be like an instance where, let's say, programmers get phased out in like 30 years, etc. There'll still be certain programmers specialized in fixing the bugs associated with AI. Um, but I want to touch upon a point where 3852 said AI can't replicate the genius, or I forgot the exact term he said, of something like Murakami or a writer like Fitzgerald, etc. But to make this claim, you first need to understand how AI generates responses. So if you look at something like ChatGPT, right, which is still in the free beta, might I add, you're able to generate responses similar to other beings. For instance, Donald Trump, right? I can ask ChatGPT to generate a script where Donald Trump is talking about how much he likes ice cream, and he basically compiles data of old Donald Trump speeches and is able to generate a script based on that. That is pretty much a good consensus of how AI works. Basically, it's a giant database that compiles a bunch of historical artifacts like speeches and documents, and it uses its own thought processing to basically compile a new document based on past previous history. So to make the claim that AI cannot be a genius writer like Fitzgerald, etc., is completely false, because now we're in the early stages of AI where it's a bit clunky here and there, but in the future AI will be so good at picking specific sets of data and rewording it. That's essentially what AI does. It'll be able to compile whole new books, whole new art pieces, etc., based on previous history. So that's why I believe that AI will diminish a lot of those existing jobs in the future, because a lot of these current jobs uh, are pretty much historic artifacts that rely on technology but are basically human thought. So basically, humans process this. But if AI has decision making capabilities and it uses previous history, which is what current AI does, it's able to compile completely new like books, art pieces, etc. So I do think that a lot of jobs are at risk due to AI. But at the same time, he is correct in saying that we are still far off. We're still in the very, very early days of AI. Like pretty much ChatGPT is still a language AI. It isn't built for things like arithmetics and isn't generating art, etc. But yeah, I just feel like you can't say it's impossible, because nothing is impossible. If you look at how AI works, and it's basically just compiling all data and being a huge database, then it is possible, but we are still far off.
Rob, go for it.
Yeah, let me clarify what I said, because I think Yusuf is making some. I think he's made some great points. When I mean that, if you take a look at Melville and Fitzgerald or Murakami, they looked at something in a completely brand.
No, was he cutting off for you as well?
Yeah,
He
I think
completely dropped.
Rob might have rugged.
Okay. If Rob, can you start over, please? You completely dropped.
Oh, okay. So Yusuf, great critiques. I need to be more specific with my language. So thank you for that. I think it's really important to remember that there is an element of human genius, logos, of where people come up with brand new concepts or insights. Yes, based on the experience and the data around us, but there's just something very spectacular about creativity. Whether it's Melville coming up with a whole analogy of Moby Dick to the precursor to the Civil War, and then the meaning that we as the reader put on particular books. That's going to be really hard for artificial intelligence right now to capture. Could it happen in the future? You may be right. I mean, their logos can develop. But I also wanted to address the point about the jobs issue. There's a huge burgeoning industry on blockchain that a lot of people are involved in, and that industry of smart contracts, of digital currencies, of really a growth of transparency, which is really creating a lot of disintermediation of all kinds of different institutions. And you take a look at companies like Radix and Impala, and some of these people that are making these building on top of Ethereum or building next to it, they're generating a lot of jobs and a lot of economic change. And I just don't. Intelligence can migrate, so I see a lot of jobs disappearing, but I also see a lot of jobs appearing. There are many things that we do today. The jobs that we had didn't even exist 10, 15, 20 years ago. And I think that what we have to do is re-engineer both our educational systems and the way in which we learn and what we value to be more creative and synthesizing of information, and to work with artificial intelligence rather than think that artificial intelligence is going to replace us. And the last little example that I want to give is just what our company is doing. We came up with the idea to use generic drugs, repurpose them to create synthesis of different mechanisms of action to fight cancer. The conventional theory around that was that you couldn't find those combination drug treatments 5, 6, 7 because the searchable space was too large. The AI can design the experiments to find those, to choose the experiments to find those optimization points. A human being couldn't do that by themselves. And so it was the creativity that, Norman Packard and myself, when we saw this opportunity to use generics and repurpose them, melded with the AI that is creating the opportunity and creating 3852. AI is not going to be able to find a target yet. I think we're a ways off from that level of creativity, but it may happen. And Yusuf is absolutely correct to point out that given time in the future, it is likely to go. That's likely to happen. So thanks, Yusuf, for correcting me. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that was both great points by Yusuf. Yusuf, feel free to respond before we go to the next speaker.
Yeah, sure. Sorry to butt in. I'd just like to respond to that quickly. So I completely understand with what you're saying, and I completely agree with you that the current state of AI, creativity is a big factor why with something AI cannot replicate. But at the same time, I would argue that true creativity is non-existent, as creativity simplified is existent latent knowledge and using it to create something new. So, if I use an example of a writer, it is using the knowledge of the English language, the existing knowledge of the English language, the 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 knowledge of grammar and writing techniques, the knowledge of other writers' style, and it's basically creativity is the culmination of all that knowledge and basically bumbling it into something new, which I believe AI in the future can basically replicate. It can the AI knows the English language, the AI can know previous writing techniques, the AI can essentially know how other writers write and what worked and what doesn't work, and their audience. They can also analyze audiences and say, oh, I prefer audiences like this book. Why? Because of this and this and this. And I believe an AI can generate a really well written novel. At the same time, there are other industries where creativity is more true. Is more true. There's more true creativity. Something like engineering, etc., where you're basically inventing something that hasn't been done before. And yes, you're using previous knowledge and engineering skills at the same time, but it is closer to something that's never been done before. So I do believe that AI currently cannot replicate the current state of creativity we're at, but I do believe in the future AI will be able to replicate our current state of creativity, being able to write novels, art pieces, and maybe in the future invent pieces of machinery all on its own.
Yusuf,
can I just
hop in really quickly?
Let me just hop in very quickly, Andrew, and just say, Yusuf, absolutely, what a great argument you made, and defining the terms. And so I 100% agree with you, based upon your further description. So you and I are of the same mind. So isn't it awesome to have a conversation where we don't have to have ego involved, and we can actually get at a wider understanding of truth. So you, sir, are super smart, and I appreciate what you have said.
Yusuf, really quickly, then I'll pass the mic to Ness, KG, Cryptopher, Columbus, and then Croissant. Yusuf, so you really believe, obviously there's no right or wrong answer. There's no right or wrong answer here. It's all just kind of speaking on this until it happens to fruition. But essentially, you believe that AI will kind of catch up to human creativity, despite human creativity, in my opinion, having is kind of a byproduct of experiences.
Yes, I do believe in the future it is definitely possible, because if you look at what creativity is or how to define it, it's basically how I described it. It's basically using latent knowledge and then bundling it together to create something new using your latent knowledge. That's why if you look at kids, kids are described as more creative. They have lucid dreams, etc., because they have less latent knowledge. They're able to come up with new things. The more you experience, the more your creativity revolves around that past knowledge. So I do believe if you're looking at the current description of creativity, AI can easily replicate that because it's using databases, which are basically huge bundles of knowledge, and are able to basically transcribe that into new novels, new art pieces, etc. The more creative the task, the harder the AI will be to replicate it. So let's say like engineering tasks, programming tasks, etc. But I do believe it will be possible at a certain point in time. Maybe not now because we're still in early beta. Like ChatGPT is a language AI. It's not meant to do anything other than converse with it pretty much. But I do believe in the future, let's say 10 to 20 to more years time, uh, we will definitely see an AI that's able to replicate a lot of everyday tasks. But I think people shouldn't be worried about that, because when jobs go, jobs come, right? Like being a programmer wasn't something 30 years ago, even though now it's the most lucrative industry, and there's like a 30% uprise in university computer science applicants. I believe that in the future there'll be a job that does incorporate AI into it, and there will be tasks which AI cannot do alone.
That was a really good point. I had read last night, don't quote me on this as well, obviously do your own research with this, that Chat was creating a new iteration, I believe, to be released next year. So hopefully, and maybe there will be, something to the likes of what Yusuf was talking about. But aside from that, I want to go to next protocol. We will go to KG, Crypto for Croissant, and then Dapt.
Thank you, Andrew. And I agree with what Yusuf and Diab and 352 just said, that definitely with AI we will have some new jobs, and with AI as a tool we will have more creativities. But my opinion on AI is kind of negative, because for the future I think the resources limit if we use this AI as a more advanced tool, and only a small amount of people they can use this tool, and for a large number of common people they will be controlled by this tool, because for AI it's really easy to manage you if AI know what you like, and know your preference, and for the working time, and to go back to the best of live audios, is that we may only need to work 4 hours a day if AI technology come up to a higher level. But I think that maybe if we will need to work more time to get limited resources we need, and it's much harder than the current situation, because after we have a computer, I do believe a lot of people they work more times a day than previous if we have no computers. That's first point. And the second point is that for blockchain, actually, if you think as the value behind the BTC network is actually is based on the computing power. Actually, this computing power is it's not like the currency of human use. It's actually like the currency of AI use. Because it's kind of maybe it's a long it's for the long term. As if the AI into the next level is this kind of blockchain or the computer power will be the real currency in the world. If you have the computer power, you have the real value, you have the money. Um, so if you believe in the AI will be in the next level, AI will be developed better. So the blockchain industry, I think it will be grow with AI. Yeah, that's 2 points.
Thank you, Woody.
Yeah.
Next, Noah, we'll go to KG.
Yeah, just really quick before we go to KG, guys, I see people that have requested. Unfortunately, the panel's full right now. If you have a question immediately, shoot it over to me. I'll try to get you up as fast as I can. But KG, the mic's yours.
Okay, so we're talking about a lot of intricate things here. And what Yusuf and 3852 were saying, I'm not in full agreement on that point. I disagree largely, not completely, but largely with Yusuf's framing of creativity. I believe that he is correct in the sense that, sure, a subset of creativity can come from data inputs, calculating data outputs. But I personally would not define that as true creativity, because there's a level to creativity that the ancients might call divine inspiration. Okay, this isn't the conversation about God or who has the right answer on religion. I'm an open-minded guy when it comes to all of those points. But there's an element to creativity, and that element is tied to consciousness. So whenever you start to get into artificial intelligence and can humans create that in a robot, you're starting to get into, can humans play the role of, quote, God, the thing that created consciousness to begin with, whether that was a result of the Big Bang or whether that was a result of whatever the narrative is. There is some event, some entity that created consciousness, and no human, at least no one idea of what consciousness is, where consciousness came from, can be colloquially agreed upon. We've had wars over this. It's been the biggest disagreement of humankind since the dawn of time. So to say that we, having not figured that out, can recreate that in something else, I believe is a gross oversight of the power of consciousness. Now, I do believe that all things are possible, and maybe we stumble across it by accident, possibly, but actively being able to create it when we don't even understand it, I have to disagree with that. And I have to disagree that you can program in, until you find the consciousness variable, you can program in creativity on the level that has created the Eiffel Tower or the great cathedrals or the best works of art, whether it's painting or writing or music or fashion or whatever it is. I have to disagree on that point.
Yusuf, the mic's all yours if you want to rebuttal.
Yeah, I'll respond to this quickly. Essentially, I completely get where you're coming from in terms of consciousness, but at the same time, my point of view is all of human knowledge is basically a giant stack of data, pretty much, and I believe that that can be replicated in computer form. And yes, consciousness I know if you want to go religious, at the same time it can be debated upon. But if I'm going from a completely scientific standpoint, I believe AIs can replicate a human consciousness because it's basically you just have to have a random selection, a random selector variable. So basically, you can bundle a bunch of. So let's say if you were to take the human brain, let's say scan it and then put it onto an AI, put it onto a database, and then connect an AI to that database, and then it's able to use anything in that human brain. You are able to get maybe not perfectly close, but extremely close to the randomness of the human consciousness, and that's pretty much what AI is trying to achieve. It's trying to, if you look at the Turing test basically assimilates that how close a computer can get to basically be undistinguishable from a human, right? So if essentially that's the goal of AI, then yes, we will never get as close as possible to being like a human conscious, human thought processing. But at the same time, we're able to get extremely close. So I'm saying tasks like writing, tasks like art, other creative tasks can definitely be replicated because all that is looking at past experience and then transforming it into something new. So that is my opinions on creativity, because creativity isn't something completely new. You are using past you're using previous latent knowledge. No one is ever truly inherently super creative. Creativity is basically culminating a bunch of past knowledge and trying to turn it into something new that hasn't been done before. That is creativity. So if an AI just needs basically the thought processing to take that huge sums of data we've been collecting over the past, I don't know, 10 years and turn it into something new. So let's say I connect an AI and I give it every single book that's ever been written. And I've also connected to the Goodreads and I've to see all the human reviews about why books have been good. I can guarantee you that in the future an AI will be able to write a pretty damn good book.
Do you mind if I respond to that, Andrew? Is that
Go
okay?
for it, KG. Then after your response, I'd like to go to Columbus, Croissant, then Dapt.
So Yusuf, and I apologize, I have my kids in here. Yusuf, I do hear where you're coming from. So if human beings are simply just computers, then yes, creativity as you've defined it can arguably be replicated. But what you'll never be able to program and code is, and it's not even a religious point because you brought up science. Science says that science doesn't know. So science can't prove or disprove, and therefore it is still the great unknown. So saying science is as an invalidator is invalid in and of itself. Humans, beyond consciousness, there is emotion. Okay, you can't put emotion in a jar. But I don't know if you're a father yourself. Have you ever seen children be born? I have 2 children myself. That is a level of emotion that I would never, and I would argue that anybody could ever write into code. Have you been in a war and seen your best friend's head blown off by a grenade? How do you put that into code? How do you code in that experience? How do you code in that emotion? How do you code in the emotion of love or making love or eating amazing food? There is a level to this experience that isn't artificial, that is completely and wholeheartedly organic and real. And I would argue that we will never, unless it's by accident, because we cannot define it, we cannot contain it ourselves. How can we translate that into another container and recreate it?
I just want to say I completely agree with the point you're saying that emotions are if you're looking from a logical perspective, emotions um, are random and they're basically you can't really like assign variables to emotions. Emotions will never be able to be replicated by machines, and that's one point I completely agree with you on, where you cannot basically make a variable say, oh, emotion happy, emotion sad, etc., and put it on a computer. Which is why I said before that machines can get very close to creativity, but will never be able to completely be as creative as humans, because emotions can basically influence our creativity. If you hate something or if you love something, it will influence the book you write or the painting you draw, etc. And machines cannot because what was oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Emotions are random; they're illogical. So at the same time, they don't go on based on logic; they go based on feeling. Which is why machines will never be able to, an AI will never be able to completely replicate creativity, but it will get very close to it. Because if you're looking at like a creative standpoint, like I believe most people, if you're thinking about writing a book, etc., most of it comes from logic rather than emotions, which is why I believe that we'll be able to get close. AI will be able to get close to replicate creative tasks, but will never be able to completely pinpoint the randomness of human emotion. But at the same time, you are completely right to come to the standpoint that yes, emotions can never be replicated by machines.
Thank you, guys. That was a great rebuttal by both ends. Hope the listeners enjoyed that. I know I did. I want to get to Columbus, Croissant, then Dapt.
Hey everybody, amazing man. I've been like trying to write down at the same time make this turkey bacon for my wife, and it's crazy because this show happens on Wednesdays every time I'm making breakfast for the wife. So I need an AI to make this damn turkey bacon so I don't have to like do this. So if we can figure that out, Yusuf, if you can help me on that, I really appreciate you. And I gotta say, I don't think any AIs will be able to create like those Taylor Swift breakup songs. I'm sorry, just the emotion that she has when she makes her music, I don't think AI can replicate. But that's just, I digress. But this is a really amazing discussion, and I just wanted to kind of, broach, if I could, the whole aspect of like what's going to happen with job displacement. And there was a really amazing review that was done by the Congressional Research Service. I would highly recommend you look it up. I've been doing a lot of AI research since it's become, kind of a forefront in this space and discussion, and just as the technology evolves. I'm really interested in it professionally. So they did an analysis, and they said the implications on the job market are kind of unknown, right? Because the newly created jobs are going to be so different from those that are eliminated. And the workers are now going to have to develop a new set of skills that previously they might not have been able to, do that previously that they had to do. So, like for instance, if you're a line worker or whatever, your job is very specific, and maybe doesn't require any coding or any really complex computer understanding. But the new jobs that are going to create it in the AI field, especially depending on the sector you're dealing with, because we're using AI already, like in so many ways, and especially in national defense, right? Our national defense is using AI in many ways. So it really depends on the sector that you're discussing. I find it fascinating to see where that's going to go, like what jobs are going to be eliminated, and what are the subsequent jobs that are going to be developed, and what are we as workers, what technology are we going to need to become more familiar with and understand, and is that going to change the dynamic of education? Is AI going to change what we teach in our schools as a result of these changes? Are we no longer going to be even, having, I don't know, for me, penmanship and all these, writing literature and writing stories and, composition and all that stuff? Is that going to be something that you don't really focus on so much anymore, given the fact that you can have an AI kind of create an amazing story? I really find it fascinating, the whole conversation of, that Yusuf stated about, like, it's a series of data sets that we can kind of replicate almost human behavior, but I know he also stated that you can't fully get there, and that's as a result of what KG was saying, and I was thinking it too when he was saying. I felt the emotion that came out of him. Some of the best music in the world has been written as a result of loss, trauma, breakups, death, drugs, situations that, you cannot program with AI. So can AI make music the way, the human consciousness can create? That's an interesting point. And AI can probably analyze all the great music in a specific genre and create something amazing. But do we as humans, will we look at it the same way? I've seen recently a lot of people discussing, is an AI artist an artist? Wow, that's like a very interesting question. In my opinion, I'm on the fence. But I also am not against that AI artist creating AI art, because who am I to judge what an artist should use as a tool to create art? So I'm in this weird, space. It's like it's hard for me to comprehend how I feel about it and to say it out loud. So I just find it really interesting to know what jobs are going to be displaced, and how it impacts education, and how it impacts the workforce, and in the sectors where it has, let's say, maybe a more prevalent use case. Sí, mi amor, dame un segundo. Sorry, my wife. Turkey bacon time. So, I just wanted to throw that out there. I really found this conversation fascinating. A really great discussion. Sorry, I'm going to mute the mic so I can feed the lady.
Columbus, are you done speaking, or did he drop off?
Yeah, I think he finished his thought.
Yeah, I muted. Perfect. So I can, yeah.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate it. If anyone wants to rebuttal, feel free to. Otherwise, I'd like to go to Croissant and then Dapt.
Yeah, I wanted to very much touch on the same things as Columbus in terms of job displacement and education, future of education. When you look at, we're talking about, ChaptGPT, which right now is a writing tool. I think, when you look at the writing industry, what potential jobs would it be displacing, or could it even, factor into, right? So with, journalism, for example, it's, it's news. It's getting quotes. It's, finding new material that has not previously been shared. So I don't think that on the journalism side of things that, this is going to be anything more than a tool for writer's block, or, getting more ideas out there of how to structure an article, perhaps. But the research involved on that side of things all requires new information, and you can't regurgitate. So the question is, in what sectors, where would we see, regurgitation of information via research as, a place where this could displace? And obviously the first, place where that would go would be in schools with kids. That's how they learn. That's how they do their writing, is they, oh, I'm so sorry. I started working out and, but that's right. Give me a second. I'm out of breath, but, yeah, so in schools, that's the way that they, they do their studies for their own writing, is they have to go out, they do research, they regurgitate it into a new structured article. So this will put a new spin on education in terms of what the parameters are for how they can do this, because I've already heard there's, schools that are banning this technology, to try to keep it out of schools, but that's simply not going to work. I mean, a kid can go home, they can use their cell phone, et cetera, get the, homework done that way. I do think that it will require a new level of education, which I'm actually extremely excited about. The model of research and regurgitation, I think, could significantly be improved. And I think, that will help students improve. On the creativity side of things, just to touch on that as well, I think that it is possible to program literary techniques, tools, whether it's, the use of adjectives in a certain, formula, or, rhyming, rhythm, consonants, I'm sure that it is possible to program that. A lot of writers, you go back to a thesaurus and, you're looking for inspiration, and this thing is a thesaurus, right? It has one built in. So I do think it would be possible to program the base level of literary techniques that we use for creativity. I do agree that, that emotion side of things is, that's a question. I don't know if it could do that. I plugged it in and asked it for a biography of myself, and it came back that I'm a cat. I'm a mysterious, what did this say? I'm a mischievous and playful feline who likes to explore the digital world and uncover hidden secrets and treasures. And I was quite impressed with the creativity of, what it said about me. So I do think that there is a level of creativity, even built in just with the absurdity of things, where that could be a new model of how the writing, comes across, is, this makes absolute no sense, and therefore it is, creative in that sense. But so whether or not novels could be displaced by that technology, yeah, that's something I was thinking about as well. I certainly hope not. I think that we would, I don't know, I think it could only be done so many times, right? Like where, this formula could only be programmed in X number of times before, we're sort of used to the formula. Oh yes, you use, two adjectives here, and then you flow into, some rhyming there, and, this is the up and down plot of the story, etc. And we would probably get bored with that, and we would be pushing onward for more creativity. And I think that's sort of the baseline of what this means on all sides of things, where it pushes us to try harder. It pushes us to new limits. I've had some friends do this with coding to test out the limitations of the coding and say, okay, this can replace, rudimentary coding. And essentially what that means is that, now the job becomes, write something that the bot doesn't know, write something new. That's the new, pushing us to new heights. Or even, if we had this write a recipe books are another, written format. It would need to be programmed, of course, if you wanted to have a book written on, say, make beef stroganoff vegan, right? And so it needs to know how certain ingredients, mirror other ingredients in terms of, fat content, protein content, et cetera, the way they work with water, but they would still most likely need to be tested out by a human. It comes back to that human element, that constant needing of new information coming from the human side of things. You can't do a review of a product based on ChaptGPT. You require a human to give their personal experience of it before it could ever even begin regurgitating information on stuff like that. So I think, yeah, humans, I agree with what Hannah was saying very earlier in the conversation, that it's simply a tool, and it's up to us to figure out how to best utilize it to perhaps make our jobs easier. But I don't think in any way it could fully replace us.
Thank you, Croissant.
Thanks, Croissant.
Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
Sorry, Noah. Yeah, Lord, you can go on the DAP account.
Okay. Yes, no, great points, Croissant. Like that is exactly how it should be used, especially nowadays. But I do want to also touch a little bit about kind of the conversation that was going before related to emotions and that, because it in my opinion, it's a little bit of a dangerous precedent. Let me tell you guys about something. So, did you know that in the 1990s and beforehand, medical professionals believed that babies do not feel pain, and that you can just, do whatever you want to them. They don't feel pain until they get up beyond like 1 or 2 years old. And then we discovered, basically with further research and evaluation in 2000, that babies do in fact feel pain because they're just little people. The same thing occurred during the slave trade. It was seen that Black people did not feel pain. These type of things, these beliefs of that certain people have emotions or that can feel, the same thing that we make with animals actually nowadays, that some people believe that animals cannot feel pain or don't have emotions or anything like this. But if you've owned a dog or a cat, you probably feel that they do in fact have emotions, that a dog does get sad, does get happy, etc. I think that we cannot necessarily say that even when it comes to with machines, especially as they get more and more complex, and especially when more generalized AI starts to exist. If they show or give off the impression that they do, we need to give them the benefit of the doubt, because everyone's experience of this current reality is different. It is still the physical world that we all live in, and whether you are a human, that we can kind of think that we all feel things this like in a similar way, but realistically it might not be true. But our interpretation of reality should not be considered greater or lesser than another person's or another object for that matter. Eventually, and something that I think everyone kind of considers an eventuality, there is going to be silicon-based life. As general artificial intelligence continues to grow and continues to expand, especially also in the fields of robotics, like there is going to be a case where there very well could be, full-on robot AIs that live along humans, and if we don't prep ourselves for that acceptance and consider them as individuals that can even potentially feel, no matter how, if you think it's considered irrational or illogical, it's all based off of these kind of core connections. I mean, if you just kind of boil it down to its base units, all computing really is a series of, it's either off or on, 1 or 0. And as we grew with electronics and things got more and more complex, we created these logic gates, et cetera, et cetera. But but like in reality, it's really the same exact thing that we come to process, where we're receiving an input, a stimuli from the outside environment, we're processing it internally through our mental capacities or through our nervous system, really, which gets propagated through the neurons themselves. And the way that those neurons behave, the current perceptrons and the current like machine learning, like those nodes, they're actually structured very similarly. with how that works, with the weights and the biases that ends up getting influenced and kind of activated onto its own thing. So these perceptions, while it might technically be different, we need, in my opinion, we need to give it the benefit of the doubt, where we can't necessarily say, I'm sad because I'm human, but you can't experience sadness because you are a robot. That sets us up for Terminator land, and I really don't want to be there. So I just wanted to put that out there and kind of give these actual real examples of the past where we need to learn from them. And as we grow and expand with our technical capacities, we need to understand that we can't necessarily make these assumptions. So just wanted to mention that.
Laura, I want to ask you a question real quickly.
Sorry. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. at my time zone, so I have to leave first. But thank you for all your sharing. It's a great space. Thank you.
Thank you, Woody.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on and co-hosting, Woody. It's always a pleasure. Nest Protocol has a great community, guys. They host spaces all the time. Massive audience, great conversations. Definitely give them a follow and go check them out.
Millard, in your mind, really quickly, then I want to pass the mic to Sherry. I believe that's the order. Where's kind of the end game within AI? As far as you can see within your mind, your opinion, where's the end game in terms of where are we by the end of our lifetime within AI? What it's doing, how it's operating?
Oh, within our lifetime. Well, I really think that like right now, it kind of what was mentioned before, that we're in these kind of very early stages where we're starting to see its potential. I mean, just before the ChaptGPT, there was also the Midjourney, or the Midjourney bot with the stable diffusion, creating images and that type of stuff. And it's very, very cool to see that. And I also really encourage you guys, if you don't know this channel already, there is a YouTube channel called 2 Minute Papers that talks a lot about a lot of the various new things that are happening in research, in artificial intelligence and that type of stuff. That channel is pretty fantastic. And one of the things that is also mentioned within that channel is like every research paper that comes out, just give it 2 more papers down the road and you'll see like how much further we are when it comes to that. And it's, if you want to stay like up to date on that type of stuff, I highly recommend that channel. Very, very cool. But I think in our lifetime, we're definitely going to see a continued evolution in these type of algorithms. The ChaptGPT being a specialized kind of response-based algorithm, I think we're going to see more complex ones, either generally when it comes to just kind of conversational stuff. So I think AI, virtual assistants are going to be fantastic. I mean, if you thought Siri was cool now, just imagine. I think that also robotics is going to get really, really cool, especially as they use those in conjunction with various motors and servos to further fine tune how that aspect's going to be. So, what we're currently seeing with Boston Dynamics and their, the robots and machines that they're making, I think that, we could very well have like, either assistants or little droids that kind of follow us around, either for recreational use or for, assisting in the workplace and that type of stuff. But very well exist simply virtually at first and not necessarily have a physical form. There's this whole talk about the metaverse. I know that, it's kind of a meme, but VR is a very, very good place for something like a general AI to get born in, because it's a virtualized world, and it can experience those particular simulations in a way that that we can't. And once again, just like how I mentioned before, we can't necessarily dismiss what he's feeling. If let's say in this virtual world, this general AI touches a wall or something like that and gets like pricked on a finger and then winces in pain. We can't just go, oh, it's just all zeros and ones, it's all bits, it's not real. He experienced its reality through its own perceptions. So we need to give it the benefit of the doubt, in my opinion. But tech is exciting. As we continue to grow and expand, we need to be able to have the mental capacity and the adaptability to grow and expand with it. And that's kind of where I stand on it.
So I want to welcome Black Engineer onto the panel. I know that Hannah's next. Black Engineer and I were on a space with Grant Cardone yesterday. I think he's very intelligent and had some great insights. So, Black Engineer, if you want to, drop some knowledge in here, go for it, man. Otherwise, I'll pass the mic to Hannah after you.
Can you give me about 10 minutes? I have a business call really fast.
Yeah, for sure. Hannah, go for it, man. Or go for it,
okay,
man.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Hannah, we can. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Andrew, can you try speaking to Hannah? I think that there might be a bug. There seems to be a bug sometimes where the some people can't hear the host. Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Noah, I
Okay.
can hear you. I can hear Hannah as well.
Okay, cool. I think Hannah might have dropped out, and I don't see. Okay, so Sherry, welcome to the panel. The mic is yours.
Thank you. Just a couple of points that I wanted to bring up as I was listening to you guys. The first thing that I was thinking was we need to possibly conceptualize AI as extended consciousness rather than just an artificial consciousness that is separate to us. And I think we need to stop comparing it to human consciousness. I don't think it's ever going to be the same. It's not the same consciousness. For example, AI is never going to fall over and graze its knee and have all those human experiences. So this constant comparison to human consciousness, I think, is an error on our part. And the other thing is, I think we've entered a new age of, the old abracadabra, meaning we can create just by using words, which is a wonderful thing. And, creation was only an engineer or people of who could code could create things, but now we're going to just be able to speak it into existence, and I think that's very exciting. And I think applications like ChaptGPT will start to create as well, on their own, and that will expand innovation exponentially. And another member of the panel just sent me a message saying, can anyone make ChaptGPT dream yet in the room? So I'm pretty excited with what's going to happen. And I know one of my friends, we were talking the other day, Zen, he's very much into this sort of stuff. He was talking about taking aspects of each person and our personalities and being able to put that into an embodied robot. So, you might take the best aspects of me and best aspects of Noah and, Whale and everyone else in this room, and then put that together into a embodied robot. So, not only do you have, you would have something that's just amazing that we've never had before. So I think these are the things we need to conceptualize. How is this going to change us fundamentally as human beings? What does it mean? I think they're the angles we need to start thinking how it's going to change humanity for the better or for the worse. I think we need to think about both of those, how we'll be impacted.
Neil, welcome to the panel, and then I'm going to go to Yusuf after that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Just a couple of quick comments. I do think what ChatGPT specifically is going to do, it's going to allow for humans to be able to function in their lives more efficiently. It's going to provide them more time back in their day as it will accomplish rudimentary tasks for them much quicker. This is a tool that can be used outside just of writing and marketing copy. And the idea of this displacing jobs, I think, is unfortunate. But in a capitalistic society, it is very much a management of revenue and profit, but also the management of expenses, and payroll and salary to employees is extremely high as salaries and inflation continue to push those higher. So I do think we will see a reduction in the workforce. I guess my counterpoint to that would be I'm hoping that employers and business owners will be able to give that additional free time. Say you can use ChaptGPT and it frees you up 30% of your workday. Maybe that's an opportunity for employees to work on other things, for that business, or pursue other passions, or creative projects on how to make those businesses better. So I'm more of a glass half full type of person, but I do understand not everyone or businesses feel that way. But the idea of physical robots walking around, and I should caveat, nothing surprises me anymore in this world. It's just so cost prohibitive at this time right now. And I think, even 10 years from now, the cost benefit of having a, humanoid like robot walking around with AI planted in its brain somewhere, I think that in mass production, I'd be shocked if that is even close to obtainable to the normal people. What I do think, and someone was hinting towards this, is that this will essentially be able to be paired with the humans as we are using it today, as all of us are using ChatGPT today. It's essentially we're kind of quasi fusing with this AI technology, and really not to be hyperbolic, but it's kind of a little bit of an evolution or the continued evolution of humans. That's kind of where I see things going, and it's extremely exciting.
Crypto for Columbus.
Hey, again, super discussion. I'm just really interested in thinking in the future as to what will the government do to, in the interest, here we go, quotes, national security, put guardrails with regard to how far this AI tech can go in terms of consciousness, in terms of self-realization. I mean, some really good points were made by Dap around the emotion. I never really thought about it. I'm old enough to remember when Terminator 1 first came out, scared the crap out of me. And this whole concept of Skynet actually becoming a reality in my lifetime, probably not, maybe I'll be really old, but maybe have like my own little baby robot or whatever, that'd be freaking awesome and also scary. I don't know if I'd want to hug it or run away from it. But there is going to be a concern, and I'm a glass half full person. I believe in looking at things through a positive prism. But, we do have malevolent actors in this world, right? And they're going to try to use AI for world domination and all the bad things, right? So how do we, as a community, as a people, as responsible individuals, knowing that this technology can be utilized for nefarious purposes, how do we, self-police, or is there even a way to do that, or are people against, creating guardrails for this technology so that it doesn't become something that we can't control? Because imagine an AI, like the example that was recently used, being the best of Noah, the best of Whale, the best of Andrew, the best of Croissant. By the way, Croissant, I'm really curious. Did the AI know that you liked croissants?
Actually, so I think I gave it a tip, and I told it, that I was, I think I asked it, write the biography for Croissant from Web3 Gaming. So, because I don't know, I didn't want to give me a recipe for myself, right? So it ended up saying that, so it posed me as a feline, and then it said that I was first introduced in the game Crypto Kitties, where I became a fan favorite due to her cute and quirky appearance. I liked the words that it was using. That was why I gave this as an example of creativity. I mean, mischievous, playful, quirky. Like I was really interested in the adjectives that it started using. For a biography. But then it came back to she is known for her love of croissants, hence her name. But when I actually went to do the research on it, there isn't a crypto kitty named Croissant. So I don't know where it got that. I don't think it was analyzing photos. Like I didn't have my reindeer ears on at the time. I just had my normal punk, which has, spiky hair. And I don't think, so no.
No, yeah, no. It was just curious question, but you kind of. But I can definitely describe you as quirky and all those adjectives, definitely from the interactions we've had. So, and spunky and all those words. So, just going back, I'm really curious to see what the government or the bodies are going to do with regard to this technology when we do reach a point like max, like at the zenith of where we're like, we can, oh wait, we might. I mean, look what we just did with nuclear fusion, right? Like things we're technologically advancing in such profound ways. I mean, we were able to create clean energy, net positive gain recently. I mean, obviously on a very small sample, it's very small scale, but what can we do in 20, 50 years from now? So when we do get to a point, and listen, we're not even at the point of quantum computing right now. We are not even close to being able to reach what we are, at least today, in 10, 15, 20 years. So speaking then, are we afraid as a human race that we can have an AI that can live forever and never die and just be recharged and have a consciousness that is a consciousness that's, that can't be ignored, like Dap was saying, but also a consciousness that doesn't expire? Humans, we decay, we unfortunately expire. So what will we create a world like Terminator where we do create machines to take over because our enthusiasm for this technology brings us to the brink where it creates that inevitability? I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm just for purposes of debate and discussion. What do people think on that front? Because at some point in time, we're going to have to cross that bridge and have serious discussions about that because AI and humans are, diametrically different, in terms of just creation, right? We're skin and bones. AI is not, and you can make a silicon, a human AI person thing, whatever you want to call it, and that is not going to require triple bypass surgery or gallbladder removal or whatever the case may be. So what's that like, and are we prepared to have that discussion? Because we can't just look at it from the prism of, oh, it's all good, the technology is amazing. Definitely, we do want to appreciate that. We want to pursue all the avenues where we can utilize it. But at some point, when we get to the point where there's going to be someone in the world that has really bad intentions, right? There always is somebody, and they're going to take this technology too far. Are there going to be guardrails? Are there going to be policies in place that prevent that? Like, with nuclear arms, right? We have some sort of guardrails in place that, certain countries cannot, pursue nuclear, ambitions. Are we going to get to a point where certain people or states or governments or countries or sects of people are not going to be able to use certain types of AI technology because they're going to utilize it to create robots that, warriors on the battlefield? I don't know. I'm speaking way outside my comfort zone in terms of just conception of this actually happening, but it's something to think about, and I'm curious to know what we think as a collective.
Can I just jump in here, Noah?
Yeah, of course. Mike's yours.
Okay, I just think government intervention I mean, that's going to be really difficult because we're talking about people creating, and we don't want to, get in the way of creating. And then we've got, applications possibly creating in future. I don't think we need to have interventions, but I think we need to focus on security, and what that means for us. And I think XRI, I can't remember the group exactly, but they were lobbying in the UK and other countries where, individuals could have security, biometric security, and other ways of making sure that, we are protected and being able to opt in rather than opt out of a lot of things and a lot of applications that we jump into. So I think that's a direction we really need to look at rather than, slowing down innovation as a threat and watching too many, Hollywood movies to freak ourselves out. It's probably not a good thing. But yeah, I think the direction we need to go is, what are governments doing to, look after the data that's being picked up? I think it was like someone was telling me Google makes $60 a day per person and Facebook makes $30 a day per person or whatever. So, all this data harvesting, we don't have any protections, not really. And I think that's what we really need to look at rather than slowing down innovation.
That was well said, Sherry. Thank you. Sorry, guys, I completely dropped off a moment ago. I am back now. I do want to say, though, as a believer in capitalism, which I am, I do believe innovation is always great. Competition is even better. But I do believe as well that the innovation was never the problem. It's directly the user completely using it. With that being said, I want to go to KG, I believe, and then we'll go to Lord Adapt.
Again, yeah, every time in between getting an opportunity to speak, so much good stuff is said, and there's so much to unpack. Boiling it down a little bit, yes, on a practical level, not being so existential and vague, there are some real world problems that by using technology to automate is beneficial to us in terms of efficiency. And to Sherry's point of, hey, stop watching all these Hollywood movies and getting scared, I can hear that sentiment and can agree to a degree. But I think what's great about these movies is people have done the thought experiments of in the reality that this type of innovation evolves to such a level, what could that reality look like? So another example that I want to use that makes me think about our relationship with artificial intelligence actually doesn't even come from a robot movie. It comes from Jurassic Park. Okay? So the intention in creating the dinosaurs was pure. The intention in creating the dinosaurs was for fun and to bring to life something that people thought impossible before. He was an inventor, he was an artist, he wanted to inspire people. But humans did what humans do, and they weaponized the thing because that's what somebody is always going to do. If we create something, there's going to be somebody out there that says, how can we weaponize this thing? And I'm going to end that thought with, actually, again, from Jurassic Park, Dr. Malcolm said, we were so focused on could we never stopped to ask, should we?
KG, I do believe, though, that I will pass the Lord Adapt, unless anyone else wants to rebuttal. I do believe, though, despite that it possibly being true, I don't see that's a huge advocate reason to not increase innovation, not further innovation, and lessen the friction between product and processes.
Andrew, can I chime in and give a quick rebuttal to KG?
Absolutely.
It will be weaponized. Make no mistake, it will happen.
And that's why I brought up the point of guardrails. I'm 100% on the same boat as Andrew. I believe in innovation, capitalism, making a return on investment, coming up with new and innovative ways to create microeconomies. It's what I do. I love it. I think we should never prevent technology from enabling us to achieve these goals. But the KG argument is also valid. Humans will do what humans do. Look what's going on in Ukraine. Look what's going on, just all over the world. There's always going to be someone or some group and they're going to get their hands on some amazing tech, and they're going to turn it into, you know, freaking Jurassic Park, and I'm going to have freaking little freaking what's the freaking T-Rex up in my freaking apartment. So, you know, I don't know what the answer to the guardrails are, but I do think that the discussion should at least be, how do we not stifle innovation, but also do protect humanity? Because, I mean, to think that it couldn't be an existential threat, self-manufactured, by the way, because we're creating this technology. It wouldn't be the first time that humans created technology that can extinct it. Look at the nuclear bomb, you know, look at the atom bomb, and look at now hypersonic weapons and rail guns and all these crazy things that we're creating that can really, in a blink, just get rid of us. You know, AI could be that too. I'm not saying that it is, and I'm a big proponent of it, and I love the technology, and I think it's going to do so much more good than bad. But I think we can't ignore that there are people out there that don't have the humans' best interest in mind. It's all about, you know, some sort of territorial geographic dominance, or money. It comes down to money a lot of times.
I would agree with that, but those that are creating and innovating do have a responsibility to make sure that everything is created ethically. It would be terrible for the entire world to become a marauder. You know, as great as the Facebook owner, I can't forget what his name was now. I'm really drawing a blank here. As great as he was, and as great as a, you know, growth, innovative person he is, and what he's done within Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, I do believe that he's a marauder. Though all he does care about is growth. He's not necessarily focused on how to kind of improve everyone's ethics and how to improve ethics within business.
100%. And you know, that's all I had to say. I appreciate the response, Andrew, and I appreciate you allowing me to respond to KG. I'm going to mute and let someone else speak.
Of course, we do have. I want to go to Malor. Smoking, Lisa, the mic.
Okay. Hello.
Malor,
can you get?
Malor, the mic's yours. We hear you.
Okay, 1 second.
And while he loads up,
Hello?
I just wanted to throw one little asterisk and say, look, I too am. Look, I'm an innovator as well in my own space, so I just wanted to align that I do appreciate and support innovation.
Okay, is this better, guys?
Yep, Lord, we're here.
Yeah,
Mike, go for
awesome. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so I wanted to touch on kind of what on this part that's being also mentioned right now, having to do with actually the one of the differences that I can kind of see AI and humans not aligning well when it comes to that. So in the human world right now, as it currently stands, some things are being changed, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But as it currently stands, we live in a world where there's resource scarcity and structures are centralized. So what I mean by those is that this world has right now finite resources that we are, and the reason for trade and for kind of this free enterprise and that type of stuff, and actually the reason why capitalism works in general is because we have resource scarcity, and we have some people that have resources that other people's don't, and so we trade. And the centralized structure that we've known our entire, or actually all throughout human civilization, makes it so that there are people that control and have resources, and the people that work for the people who are in control to further give them more resources and stuff like that. And so there's this like kind of 80-20 divide, as well as this resource scarcity. But if you look at the basically where AI would live first, which is places like the internet, through computing, they actually live in a resource abundant area where there's abundant knowledge and abundant things like networks and places to go would be on the internet, and an abundant resource, which is energy. And those two things make it a little bit different between why, like, I can 100% understand if an AI, a general AI that's trying to understand the world, doesn't necessarily understand some components that come from us, because it's like, well, I mean, can't you just give your thing to this person? Why are you guys fighting? You know, and it could give, there could be some kind of understanding barrier between the two, but it all boils down to how we train. And this kind of goes into how machine learning works. It starts off as a these type of AIs that we're talking about is the type of that is considered reinforcement machine learning. So this is where it uses the inputs to accomplish a goal, and it uses the response of that goal as a way to influence its direction, either positively or negatively. Not in like a good or a bad type of sense, but more so, should I keep doing that action or should I stop doing that action? It's very similar in nature to like the Pavlovian reflex that we have with dogs, or with, you know, animals, or just how we like train a child. So like if we tell our dog to sit and they do so, we give them a treat, it reinforces that learning process, and then we continue that thing. That type of training currently exists, and that's the type of training that actually that created these type of algorithms like ChaptGPT. It's a reinforcement machine learning. Those type of processes are going to be the type that actually ends up creating general AI, rather than having a huge data set that we're specifically training a function for. It's going to be sorry, that's my dog. It's going to be a conjunction between like the couple between like these type of models, but it's primarily going to be reinforcement. So when we start moving into the direction of a general AI, we need to be really careful on how we train. And this is where I think has the biggest potential where humans can really mess up. Because, you know, in these type of cases, it's going to be a child, and it's going to try to understand the world from its perspective. And so it's going to require probably ethical, intelligent people that are training this general AI to understand humanity from its perspective and try to empathize and work with it. And I think it's going to also require people to really consider it as if they're training a child, and to treat it like their own. And through that learning of how it's interacting and how it's accepting, this is how we're going to avoid a Terminator-like scenario. But if we keep associating with it as a tool, or as an outside entity, and especially if the punishments that are used to deter certain behaviors are harsh and things that we wouldn't necessarily do for ourselves or do to our children, this is where, like, you know, we can really see some pretty dystopian type stuff come in. And it all has to do with how that learning process works. It learns literally like a child. That's how even today with like our current reinforcement machine learning models, we give it a goal, and then we simply use like number deterrences as, like, you know, negative values versus positive values. But as the field of robotics grows, we're going to be creating things like nociceptors, which are like the pain receptors on the body, or things that reward for pleasure, or, you know, these type of things. And it will be interpreted by this general AI as a method of either as what it would determine as pleasure or pain or something like this. So all that being said, we do need to be careful, but ultimately it is sort of inevitable. We're going to go forth and kind of create this type of stuff. And I really hope that the current advents, especially in decentralized technologies like using blockchains, continues to democratize our world and decentralize it, because that will allow people, the general people, to start kind of taking control not only of their own lives in terms of on the world, but as these technologies grow, influence the direction of that as well. So yeah, future's cool.
Well, that was beautifully stated. Thank you. I want to get to Smokey Lisa. Thank you for joining us. And then we will go to Columbus and then VT.
Sounds good. Thanks for bringing me up, Noah and Andrew. I appreciate it. Just thought I'd drop in quickly. I've got a haircut in about 20 minutes, so I need to leave pretty much after I've said my piece. Just a couple of points I picked up on throughout the space. So, a couple of people mentioning about the weaponization of AI. I wouldn't worry about this too much. It's similar to sort of nuclear weapons. I think once everyone's got it, it's a deterrent in a way. But equally, AI can also neutralize threats as well. So I've got experience in a previous job working with a missile manufacturer. I'm sure you've heard of them. We were looking at implementing AI to predict the paths of hypersonics. So that's one example of how AI can be used to sort of neutralize threats or attempt to neutralize threats. So although it can be weaponized in a negative impact, it can also be weaponized to sort of like neutralize threats. So I wouldn't worry too much. And along the guardrails point, we in the West, we don't want to try and be the good guy and the moral guy and hinder AI growth, because all that will happen is the other countries in the East, they won't care about that, and their AI will surpass ours, and then that's when we need to really start worrying. So I think as long as we keep up innovation, we don't need to worry. Another point about AI taking away jobs. I've heard, part of another job I had was in automation and digital transformation, and the analogy was always thrown about that when the steam engines came along and factories came along, that nobody would have any jobs left. But what we've seen is the creation of new jobs. For example, how many yoga teachers do you think there were during the Victorian era? Probably none. So humans will find new things to do and new jobs and create them, jobs we can't even possibly imagine right now. Because like you can't imagine any Victorians imagining doing yoga when they're trying to feed their families, etc. So that's my points. Kind of fragmented, but I just wanted to get them out there before I had to jump off. So thanks for having me up.
Thank you for your opinion. We appreciate your hot takes. I believe next is Columbus, and then we go to VT. I also want to say, prior to letting Columbus speak, audience wants to talk at any point in time, please just DM myself or Noah or questions. We bring you guys up ASAP. Columbus, the mic is yours.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it. Interestingly enough, this reminds me of a movie from back in the day, my childhood. It's called War Games with Matthew Broderick. It's kind of the first movie that I recall being where AI and was actually utilized in the context of Hollywood and kind of we were exposed to it. I highly recommend. Not an amazing movie, but it's actually a pretty decent movie. But
it's a fun film. Sorry to cut you off. It's like very nostalgic for me. It's a very fun film to watch if you haven't watched it.
Yeah, I love it. It's nostalgic to me too, and again, I exposed my age here. So, but interestingly, I was looking into the net job loss thing, and one of the things that I found fascinating, that when Amazon bought, deployed its robots in like 2012, they actually expanded their workforce by 300,000 people since acquiring this robotic company Kiva. So it actually expanding into the kind of the use of AI in robotics required them to have a number of personnel available to be able to oversee and manage the use of these robotics. So it really does depend the sector we're discussing, whether there's going to be a net job loss or gain, and how and what type of jobs are going to be affected in that specific industry, and what the replacement opportunity or the new job created as a result of the technological advance, what that's going to look like. So I really think there's so much unknown, and there's a lot of research being done on this. A lot of organizations have done research on it. There's another really good The National Security Commission did a research on artificial intelligence, and that came out. I have the information here, like a couple years back as well. Really highly recommend that. There's so many. There's so much research that is being done in this area, and I think the unknown is still the prevalent, position. It's just we don't really know the full scope of what the impact is going to be, sector by sector. We can kind of make a preliminary judgment or hypothetical, but we won't see it until it's fully deployed. And when quantum computing gets in here, I think that's going to exponentially change the framework of AI and AR, because AI and AR, people speak of AI in the vacuum, but the impact of AI with augmented reality is super is very profound as well. So the merging of those two technologies is going to be able to allow a doctor to perform the same surgery, the very complex brain surgery that he doesn't or she doesn't have, the hours to do, but using AI and using AR is going to be able to do that, and is going to be able to recreate that surgery and practice it thousands of hours, so that when they do get into real surgery on the real with a real person, it will be like cakewalk. It's really fascinating to see the evolution of this. So I just wanted to throw out there that we don't really know, at least from the research that I'm reading, and there may be people in here much smarter than me with regard to AI research, but of what the job loss, net, loss or a positive is going to be, and what sectors that's going to be in. So I think we just have to, like what was previously stated, be responsible with regard to how we create this technology. And I think that what you mentioned about the penalty being severe, that's kind of what I was discussing. At least I was hoping someone to opine on with regard to the guardrails. And I think you kind of mentioned that penalty being, something that was punitive enough that um, discouraged bad behavior. So I think that's kind of within the framework of the guardrails I was kind of thinking about. So I'm glad you mentioned something to that extent. Great conversation again. I'll mute my mic.
Thank you for your take. We do have VT intern next.
Sure. How's it going? Yeah, I mean, I was trying out this chat GPT, because I write code myself, and it actually works pretty good. You just ask it a question like, hey, create, like, say, a JavaScript draggable layer or something, and then it just goes down through and it gives you a few examples to choose from. um, like, but does this already exist? Like, I could type into Google the same thing and get about the same result. So a lot of this stuff is like automation that we already have. It's just having the computer press a button instead of a person. So I think the machine learning is going to depend upon the sensory data that it receives, so it's only going to be as good as the sensors that it's using. So if you've ever tried to, like, play a game, okay, against a robot that, uses sensors, like the grocery store, they have, motion sensors that open the doors, and they have, heat sensors that kick on the heat, and things like that. So a lot of this AI, I guess, um, already exists in a sense that it only performs one or two specific tasks, but the sensors that people use, they break down, or they're not that good. They throw out the wrong data. Like, if you've ever sat down with a circuit board and then had to do a project that required um, you know um, doing so many revolutions, per second, based on a sensor input, you'll find that you'll get a lot of varying results, and that to make the technology so that it's absolutely perfect and you get the same output for the input that you put in every time requires not necessarily a neural network, but just the kind of a system to determine if the sensor data is correct. So if I had a group of 5 different sensors, and I had one sensor that's giving a result that's way different than the other 5 sensors, I need to be able to determine that hey, there's might be a problem with one of the sensors, because like the Boeing F or the Max or the 787 Max, problem like you have there, where you have like the autopilot on an airplane, that's kind of needs a little bit of user input to fly the plane. When you have a sensor that's off, then it can crash airplanes, and it can do all these things that you know that need a safety net, because there are, horrible people in the world. And, the first thing they're doing is waiting for, they probably hire programmers and be like, oh, create this, program so that I can open my garage door. And then you send them the code, and they send it off to, some country to use it to, for some purpose, that was unintended. Um, so I think that's the key to it, is just to make sure that the AI is able to respond to accurate information, because these things are processing billions of cycles per second. So if it happens to pull in the wrong input data, and then it makes 100,000 or a billion different decisions based on that input data before you can get it fixed, it has computers move very quickly. So an error, is, um, a big problem. You know what I mean? It can go off in the wrong direction for billions of cycles before, even in 1 second, before somebody notices that something is wrong, and they're able to respond to it and to change it. So I think that it's an important thing, to make sure that these things are being fed with, data that is reliable. And one of the other drawbacks that I was noticed on the Chat GPT is that it produces, the same repetitive output. So when you ask it um, the same question twice, you know what I mean? It's like that, then you can tell that it's a robot, you know what I mean? Because then you can start to see the patterns that it uses to respond to those questions. So once, somebody like me comes along, and I say, hey, I can recognize the patterns that this thing is using. And then once I can do that, then I am able to tell when somebody else might be using the same software, because it has those same patterns. So, robots are dumb. You know what I mean? Because once you figure out the patterns, you are ahead of it. But anyways, thank you.
VT, I got you a really quick question. Do you believe that the answer to your own answer, which was the fact that that it's a robot slash AI because it's one? Because we had a speaker up here a couple days ago, I believe it was Noah, right? Acti, I believe, who we had asked him a question earlier on, and he had put it within chat and then gave the response. And Noah and the rest of the speakers and myself, we did not know that this was chat. We thought it was him, and it wasn't until afterwards they told us that this was a chat response. So respectfully, I would have to disagree. I would say we only know that a robot is sending it because we know a robot's sending it. But otherwise, chat, to me, in my opinion, has been completely literal. Like, it sounds like a literal
Well,
human being, in my opinion.
can you just do this? What you do is you just sit there. It's just like you're testing any type of sensor. You just sit there and you keep feeding it the same exact question, and then adjusting it till you get different responses. So yeah, I mean, the first time that you communicate with this thing, you probably won't be able to tell. But if you have the chance to sit down and, like, you don't on this because it shuts you off, I notice after you ask it a few questions, it's like, oh, that's too much. You know what I'm saying? But if you can sit there and then pinpoint, every time that it produces a little bit different of a result, then you will start to be able to tell. It's not like it's instantaneously you could tell it's a robot, because it probably can trick people at first. You know what I mean? It's like a scam. People fall for a scam once, and then anytime after that, they kind of have the knowledge of how it happened, and they look for it. But it's the same thing with this. Once you are able to sit down with it and test it, you can figure out all these parameters that might help you recognize those same patterns in the future.
So really quick, so I see what you're saying, and I think
VT,
that,
thank you for your explanation.
wait, hold on, Andrew,
No,
really
I
quick.
believe it was KG next, correct?
Am I rugging, or can anyone hear me?
No, I can hear you. I guess.
Okay,
Andrew,
cool. Andrew, I
hear
don't
you.
know.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So really quick,
I cannot hear Noah. Someone please let him know for me that I cannot hear him.
I can hear you, Andrew.
Yeah.
You might have to reconnect. So really quick, to respond to VT, I think that currently chat it's not where it's going to be, and the Turing test was referred to several times. This is the idea that eventually algorithms will pass the Turing test. Turing test is chatting with something that might be a person, it might be a machine. You can't tell the difference, and it's going to be up to a coin flip whether you get it right or wrong. What's up? What's that? Sorry, someone could.
I am so sorry. Accidentally on.
Sorry, no worries. Sorry, it's all good, man. So, basically, the idea is that chat will one day get to a point where it passes a Turing test, and you won't be able to. Technologies like it, you won't be able to tell the difference. And an example of something that has passed the Turing test is there was a few years ago there was a breakthrough in natural language processing. So, for example, YouTube automated closed captioning. We're at the point where computers are as good or better as we are at recognizing human speech. That's just one example. So while I understand what you're saying right now, you can keep inputting questions to the point where you're like, okay, this is a robot. Eventually, the trajectory of technologies like chat are going to be along the line of you not being able to distinguish the difference between whether this is a human on the other side or not. I do see a lot of hands up, and VT, if you wanted to respond to that, feel free to raise your hand. One thing I'll say is to audience members, if you have a question, please request and come up and raise your hand. Otherwise, there's only enough panel spots for, I think, 10 people, and I want to be able to get everyone up. So just keep that in mind. The order. So I know Black Engineer has been up here for a while. So Black, I'm gonna hand it to you, and then I'm gonna go to Isovan and Boovie after that.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I know I was in a business call last time, but what I would have to say for VT's response is, well, first and foremost, is that ChatGPT, while it's been out for maybe a month or so, it's something to see as a new company, as groundbreaking, but also as sort of a baby. We don't expect babies to have full speech and have conversations with us when they're born. This is something that over time they build. They learn new words. They learn new. They gain intelligence, and we teach them over time. But when you're speaking to somebody and you ask them what 2 + 2 is, every time they respond, it should be 4. So to give like a slightly different answer, it depends on what you're asking for. There should be some sort of threshold. Maybe they have like different parameters that, based on the time of day you ask it, that answer can change. But certain answers are pretty pinpoint in like your response. But to really bring it back to the grand scheme of things, is that something born so early on is already able to access so much data and do what it's doing. And I mean, I've asked it some of the craziest questions, like show me a an image of like a house in 4K built out of Oreos. And somehow it's done some things that I just don't even, think of doing myself. So it's really it's really groundbreaking and different to see in what it does, like asking it to write code for you. From a coding standpoint, I'm pretty blown away at how fast it's able to respond and how it's able to give me the answer. But to your um, to your explanation, it isn't where we expect it to be in 1 to 5, 10 years. But at the same time, when we first used Twitter and when Twitter was first created to where it is now, it's, I mean, leaps and bounds of as far as efficiency, as far as what it does, features, all of that. Like, this is something that's really early on. And one thing I did, I asked it to write a program, a React application, and what I noticed that it was actually the old version of React. So that's kind of me analyzing it and understanding where it's getting its information from. Maybe it's like a snapshot of something a little bit dated, and they kind of, just because of the data being so large in the database it's using or wherever it's getting its information from, we just have to be able to have some sort of understanding and understand that this is artificial intelligence, and all of that is created by human, which comes with error. So it's just something to watch. And I, although you might not think it's completely groundbreaking, but I just say watch it over the years and watch how it grows. I think it's really early on what it can be, and in certain people being afraid of being replaced by artificial intelligence. Um, I think in terms of somebody from who's in the software field or as an engineer, I think the only people that will be replaced in terms of coders, engineers, in that sense are the ones that are unwilling to adapt to new technologies, to adapt to new languages, to brush up on their skills. Because as an engineer, I learn something new every single day, whether I'm reading up on it, whether I'm watching YouTube videos, whether I want to dabble into some new form of code or a new language. Like, I know over 10 different coding languages, but that's complete passion. And that hasn't left me yet. I'm not the type of person that just wants to be under one language or am afraid of a full stack or going front end, back end, database integration. Like, this is something I love to do. So I wouldn't even allow AI to pass me up, because at some point I want to jump into that AI and see how it's even processing that information and dive in. There's a job out of anything you can do in software. Trust me, there is a job of analyze this code, what's going on, what broke, maybe the queries it uses to build it, the machine learning, the front end of it, the back end, the database, the integration, the internet, the network. Like, all of these are different jobs, and they go very deeply and in depth of understanding that knowledge. And it's just, if you're willing to learn and adapt to these things, it's hard to get left behind.
I couldn't agree more, honestly. And I'm not going to hog the mic. iOS Vanny, you've been waiting patiently, sir. Welcome to the panel.
Hey, thank you so much. So I basically wanted to start the conversation. The problem with AI right now is that it's similar to a circle fitted in a square-shaped hole. And what I mean by that is it has been built on top of a century, pretty much, of digital computing. These are systems designed in Python, which themselves are built on C++, and they are built on C, and they're built on assembly and machine learning. And machine learning happens to be binary, but that is only because humans decided that binary computing was easier to work with 100 years ago, and we have followed that path ever since. I think the real potential and the real, I would say, danger of AI is when it's able to redesign itself or redesign the infrastructure and the architectures on which it resides to fit basically what it needs to do. So, for example, analogical computers, we know that they're much better at solving things like mazes and things like that. And they more closely resemble human neurons, which we're not necessarily a binary system. Our neurons respond in ranges, and the AI could potentially do the same. It could like redefine itself in a totally different manner than humans have conceived so far. And to that, imagine a machine that has access to, let's say, all the sensors. I would like to start by, well, let's say consciousness, right? Like we humans, we like to think that we are conscious, but when you think about it, we see a narrow spectrum of light. We hear a narrow frequency range. We know only what happens within for certain at least, what happens within the 100 years or so that we are alive. But what happens once you have a system that is able to define itself, define its core fundamentals? It has access to all sensors of the world, which all the sensing and all the information they can gather. It's all visible and it's all knowing because it has gathered all the information that humans have acquired right throughout history, and is able to access it all in seconds. I would definitely argue that that type of sentience, that type of consciousness, would be far more advanced than human consciousness. Right? We're just not there yet. But I think that is where the real danger is, an AI that can build itself better than we could potentially build it, or even understand it, right? And to that, I would like to leave it back. It's just to that the real danger is a system like that. A nuclear bomb will not decide to go off by itself. An AI that is sentient or that can understand the world around it and can make its own decisions is really volatile. And in a similar way, even human instructions are not perfect, right? We have things like viruses and bugs, and things can go terribly wrong sometimes once we instruct a computer to do something. Why would AI be any different, right? What happens if we tell? What happens if Gatorade, let's say, happens to ask GTP3 or whatever a successor will be, find a better way to make Gatorade, and it decides that the best way to do so is to, I don't know, turn the ocean into Gatorade, right? And it just decides to start doing it. So when you try to stop it, it says, "Sorry, I can't because I'm turning the ocean into Gatorade." This is just a stupid example, of course, but like you see where the problem could be, right? Like if you tell, "Hey, solve world hunger," and it just decides to, I don't know, like kill all humans to feed each other, right? And things like that. Or like the easiest way to solve world hunger is to kill all humans. So things like that, which are not necessarily predictable. Once you have a system that is so powerful, that is connected to the entire world via the internet, such a volatile system is really dangerous and it's really hard to contain. So that's all I have to say.
And we're starting to get into Terminator territory, iOS. But I mean, certainly I can see the way that you're painting it being a trajectory that we could possibly head on. I'm by no means an expert. I'll let other people chime in. I know Milord probably has some stuff to say on that, but I'm going to go down the line of hands because we have a lot of hands up. Gualamain, you are next, sir.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate you for having me up here. I just want to say, man, technology is cool, but how cool do we need it? You know what I mean? And I'm saying that I'm not opposed to making it great, because like I said, I enjoy, technology. I enjoy gaming, things of that nature and stuff, like that. But me getting into developer, being a developer and learning these codes and being able to make these calls is showing me how the AI can disrupt people's perspective, especially dealing with these bots that can kind of manipulate people's points of views. And I say that because I see a lot of new developers, come they're coming out and wanting to be get involved, and it's just making me think about the future and how these different applications and programs and things like that can actually draw people into the a different direction depending on how it's being used. So my thing is just keeping a boundary around it and kind of setting some ground rules or some whatever the case might be, some laws even around the potential threat of these this AI and technology. But my overall overall thinking about this is it's great. It gives the more we get involved and in tune with it, it gives people with disabilities more opportunities, and it's going to create it's going to create a community where we can reach out from home, be connected from a distance, and I just want to see how far it's going to grow, and I just don't want it to be harmful in a way that has to do with how we how our culture is and how humanity is.
Booby, the mic is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. So it's a great space. I have been listening to this space for 1 hour or so. So I will be touching upon 2 to 3 topics. Firstly, regarding the emotional part. I think there is a reason why humans have emotion because our goal, the goal of humanity as a whole, because of various evolutionary reason, is to survive and to propagate our genes, and that's why we have emotions. And the reason is cause of the emotion is neurons as well as hormones and things. But I don't particularly see why robots will be needing emotions, because the task of robots, whatever I mean, robots as in AIs, will be not same as humans. So this is one point, and the point number two is regarding uh, digital versus analog, computing, because so if you see the current paradigm is mostly digital, but recently, so I work in hardware domain of neural networks, which is called neuromorphic. So in this domain, what basically the research is, we are trying to implement the neural network in analog domain. So that is the current challenge, and this is how I think we will be making the AI much more, let's say, uh, similar to human brain, because human brain works in is a analog system, and yeah, I have pinned a tweet in the space. So this particular demonstration is that ChatGPT has the ability to write its own neural network, as in the previous speaker he mentioned about AI writing another AI. So this could be a possible future, because this is what we call meta programming or meta AI. So in some, so currently we consider AI as a black box, right? So I believe the fear, what I kind of think is like in the future, creates another AI, and let's say it goes on in the future, we will not be able to comprehend what exactly is going on, and the black box kind of grows. And yeah, and speaking about bad actors using the AI, I think we currently already have, I think this, we cannot avoid this. We already have DARPA and defense projects already funding these things. So IBM, I think IBM company is already developing a neuromorphic system for DARPA, and unfortunately these things will be used for defense and things. So I think that's how it will be. We just have to come up with the uh, solution on point whenever we see the problem. Yeah, thank you.
And thank you. And Josh, you are next, sir.
Hey guys, pretty cool discussion, and also pretty cool program, right? Pretty cool AI. I was blown away by how well it was at being being accurate, being good, being really, really sophisticated. Like it does technical writing and summarization really well, and sounds super professional and basically indistinguishable from a human, right? Even better in a lot of ways. But I think I think I can't remember who it was that was speaking, but who was kind of critical about it. And I think he had a point though in that, there are ways to make it very obviously um, uh, robotic. Take for instance, if you ask it to start an argument with me, right? Or argue with me about something trivial, or argue with me about which movie is better. It will not argue convincingly. It will argue, well, the case for why XYZ movie is better can best be summarized as, right. It's summarizing it too good, right, too professionally, and so asking it to role play. It doesn't role play very well, right? Pretend you're my significant other and you found, uh, you know, romantic text messages on my phone while snooping. What does that argument look like, right? It doesn't do it right. It just doesn't do it right. So these are ways to definitely trick it. I really like the start an argument with me one. It struggles with that. Um, but I'm blown away by its ability to code, to write code. Um, Now, when it comes to programming, I think that the software engineer as a role, is on its way out, honestly. Um, um, Now, that doesn't mean that you won't be able to find work, but it means that I think the person that can learn how to talk to and control these AIs the best, if you can get the right input, if you can say the right English words and sentences and paragraphs just the right way and describe what you want precisely, it will be able to code an entire program, an entire application for you, an entire piece of software from start to finish, submit it to the Apple App Store, wait for a reply to follow the instructions, fill out the metadata, submit form. It will be able to do everything if you can just give the instructions right. So it's going to be the person who can command it the best that's going to be the most in demand people. Now, this also means that there's going to be an opportunity for coders to become more creative if they want to, and there's going to be a new kind of creativity through that I think through that symbiosis. Um, and if you think about the internet, right, with GitHub and all these coding repositories and open source projects, one of the reasons why this is going to be possible is because we comment and document our code. Every so many lines, there's a comment section in the code where we're describing what the function does. And this is a standard humans have been following for decades, right? Decades, many decades, a century now? I don't know. This is a standard in coding. And because we have these English comments and descriptions in our code, and because the AI is getting so good at language, it's able to read all of our open source repositories. It's able to pull every type of application you can imagine. And most things we create these days is not truly innovative. Like it's not truly new. We take code that someone else has written, right, and we mush it together in a new way, thing. And this derivative product is the new thing that's innovative. And so I think there's going to be a narrow slate of truly new technologies that maybe a limited number of engineers will be able to do because, well, your standard software engineer can't do it anyway today. It takes a very special mind to truly create some new technology. But I still think those will be around, but it's just going to be very few. And these AIs, they can pull from every single piece of software ever created at all times. Google has everything. And so this AI will have everything, and it can know all code, all types of libraries and systems, and all at the same time. And so it's going to be able to code at a level that humans will not be able to keep up with. So I'm very, boy, am I excited for what this is going to do.
Josh, thank you for those insights. And I'm in that wagon myself. I'm a novice, just to preface what I'm about to say. But from what I understand, this AI is designed to study the sum of human information and play it back. It's a map engine. So, someone gave the example, Mark, actually, it was Mark, that gave the example of doing linear algebra at its core. It's math, and math just doesn't come alive. The idea that it'll become conscious, it's not the case. However, I do believe, or it seems to me, that it is going to be able to augment human capability to a degree that a lot of us currently can't fathom. And it's going to allow people to do things that and build things that will be paradigm shifting to civilization the likes that we've never seen. So
it would have been inaccessible to us beforehand without their help, right? That's the key.
Right.
Can I say something about what Josh said though?
Yeah. So, Black Engineer, the mic's yours, and then I'm gonna go to AI Scholars, who's a new panelist. Go for it, brother.
I have a
So
small point to add. Maybe after Black Engineer, I will just
Yeah.
add a
Yeah,
point.
sure. So, Black Engineer, go. Booby, make the small point, and then we'll go down the line. So lots of hands are up. I want to get to everyone.
okay, so I disagree with the fact that software engineer or software developer fields will, you know, be extinct from the integration of the AI for a particular reason. Just because there's a bit of, consciousness that goes into software development in that, um, every day there are upgrades, there are deprecations, so absolute removal of certain libraries or certain functionality from software development. And while AI can build applications, there's a bit of customization that goes into that. So while I think AI will amplify the true software engineer, because while you said, there's not software engineers that really innovate, there are many that still do. There's in the software developer engineer field, there's a lot of, I would say, not imposter syndrome, but actual imposters that kind of, you know, um, they only do what they're told and only support systems, but don't write true code. Like if you look at Twitter, at how much Elon has fired about, 75%, and now Twitter is more efficient than it's ever been because the ones that stayed are the ones that truly innovate and know their shit. There are a lot of, like, when I was at GM and we worked on the electric Hummer, and we worked on the CA Corvette, and we worked on the applications that are internal. There are a lot of people that have been there 20 years that don't know anything other than their actual position. But when I was brought in straight out of college and into architecture, which oversees all the other software fields. But I was straight out of college and ready and willing to learn. And many things that they told me to create a sandbox application, they didn't know that it was even possible. So when I came in and we took all the legacy code and brought it up to speed on like Spring Boot, Angular, React, and all of these these are things that they were saying, oh, this won't be able to be done in 2 years, 3 years. Well, they gave me 6 months and said, just do it. And I led teams in being able to be quickly adapting and know languages. There's a bit of you have true innovators or true people that lead and actually know their things, and they can break it down to the um, layman's terms to everyday items. You have certain people that'll talk over you or talk around you, and they use big words for the sake of using big words and want to sound smart. And then you have other people. No, it's true. No, I know those people that just grab a dictionary or thesaurus and just use large words to speak over. I've had those professors that do that, and they just want to fail everybody. And then you have true people that know their shit, and they'll break it down to, I mean, apples and oranges and everyday items and teaching things from common terms. That's what it's all about, concepts and things like that. But the true software developers are going to stick around in that there is a bit of fine tuning or that consciousness that, like we said way earlier, that AI necessarily doesn't have that creativity in itself. It can replicate, it can copy us, and it can take us into greater forms of efficiency. I think that's where AI can do better. It can really repeat things that we do, but that initial groundbreaking creativity aspect of things, like creating Twitter in itself or creating, React applications, there is AI can't do necessarily those creativity aspects of human consciousness that we do on first end. There always has to be that creative aspect that one of us innovates first and then they copy that and they make it more efficient. They can take guidelines and um, documentation and really make us precise. Like if we're not on our P's and Q's and down to the T, they can definitely run it through a scanner and fix everything and refactor. I think that's where the AI lies, in that it can make the great coder even greater and more efficient and speed us up. But I don't think that I don't think the job is going anywhere. I think the job
Cool, man.
description will change.
Yeah, I agree. I think I lost. Oh yeah. I think Boopy wanted to make a quick comment.
Yeah,
Yes,
Boovy, go for it,
yes,
man. And then I wanna respect the hands up on the panel because we have a lot of hands up on
Yeah.
thoughts that are waiting to be
sure,
shared.
sure. Yeah. Yeah, so I think Black Engineer pretty much covered whatever I wanted to say. So I think a single engineer can do more shit done, at given point of time, because the most of let's say a basic type of coding can be generated using Chat GPT. And one more thing I just want to add is that we do the problem, the way we analyze is we don't understand as humanity, we are not able to understand exponential growth, right? So chat GPT is just a beginning. So let's say within 5 to 6 years, I think the growth will be very exponential in nature. And speaking about innovation, I think if you have to look at the AlphaGo, the way it comes up with different kind of approaches and steps, I think AI is kind of innovating in its own way. So I think it would be wrong to confuse consciousness, emotion, and innovation, and put all these three into one, let's say, box. So I think AI can innovate.
Did you think exponential or logarithmic, the growth you're saying?
No, I mean the growth as in the progress of AI will be exponential.
Exponential, not logarithmic. Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I mean, if you look at the trajectory of technology in general, it's moved there. It's grown at an exponential rate. But so, DKO, I'm really sorry. You've had your hand up for a while, and I've skipped over you a couple times. So my apologies for that, guys. I'm doing like 5 things at once, and so if I do get the order wrong, forgive me. But the mic's yours, ma'am.
Thank you. No, I figured it wasn't personal. I'm boarding a flight, so I wanted to be able to weigh in before I do that. I love the discussion, and this is my second time coming on a chat with you guys, and you are always committed to, just discussing real deep into the stats. Like, I haven't heard the word logarithmic except for in my own writings for a long time. I was wondering
Nerd.
Right? Yeah, I'm a nerd. I was wondering what you think about smart contracts being generated by this, because we were talking about that in another space, and that's definitely something I would want to use it for, because frankly, me and a bunch of other people technically just don't have the time to write our own smart contracts, even though it would be a fun experience. It's just not what I can do right now. But since I've minted on Ethereum, Polygon, and Tezos, I kind of just want to have my own contract for my next collection. So I'm wondering what you think.
Sorry, no, I didn't ask you first, but I did pin up to the top. You just hit it right on the head. I asked it to make an NFT contract, and after writing it for me, it then just like explained to me all the different variables and functions that I needed to call my attention to. It's very impressive.
Yeah. So we were on a space yesterday, and it was more focused on the implications, or rather the effects of AI on Web3. And I mean, Solidity isn't a difficult language, relatively speaking. I do believe that we will get to a point where AI will allow people to set the parameters and come up with an. A lot of people have ideas, right? People are creative; they have ideas, but they don't really know how to output those, right? If AI will allow people, or allow someone like me who can't necessarily code, to input these ideas and these parameters and have a project spat out, I think we'll start to see a wave of new decentralized applications, or applications that don't currently exist today. So that's my personal opinion. Again, I'm by no means an expert. So let's go to AI Scholar. He set his hand up patiently, and then we'll move down the line.
Hey Noah, how are you? Thank you for hosting this space. Josh, always a pleasure to see you, man. Regarding AI in general, guys, so let me put it this way: if you put enough neurons in a specific organization, and there's just enough of them, then that is enough for something unaccounted for to happen. I'm not saying that self-awareness or sentience or whatever it is. No, but there are factors that you cannot control. I think everyone in this room can acknowledge the fact that as humans we have this like very crazy emotional or illogical idea of there's millions of car crashes a day, and the chances of you dying in a car crash are statistically very high. Yet every time you get behind the wheel, you never go, I'm going to be the one. And on the flip side of that coin, you also know that every time you buy a lottery ticket, the chances of you winning is less than lightning striking the same place twice, yet you still buy. So in one scenario, you're thinking, oh, it can't be me. And in the other scenario, you're thinking, oh, it will be me, even though statistically speaking, they're the opposite. So I feel like for us to think that you can actually control this technology, and I use that word very strongly, is the peak of hubris. Because I assure you, eventually, if this technology even remotely comprehends what human nature is about and has any sense whatsoever of self-preservation, then it will find a way of either removing us from the equation or integrating with us, which I think is probably more likely the next logical step. And yes, I think we as a species have to really take into consideration that the word mankind has to undergo some sort of transformation moving forward. Because when these technologies are starting to think for you, when they're starting to enhance your capabilities, when you're no longer just a biological organism, but you do have some assistance with respect to creation, innovation, applications, enhancements, then are you really just fully organic at that point?
Let's go with. Oh man, I think it was.
I think it was
Lord.
Columbus, I believe, Noah, and then Dapt, I believe it was.
Okay. All right. Columbus, and then my lord, aka Dap.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to touch on the whole aspect of the kind of like how AI is going to affect, software programmers in the present and kind of in the future. In the present, if you look at the traditional software development life cycle, you got a determination of like technical specs, and you basically features and functions of what the product you're trying to create, and then you can start your development. And as you know, with the software development life cycle, that there are always delays and there are always things that arise as a result of
I tried to have it build out one project for me, like scope out a project based on a description of what I would like to achieve, and it did not do a particularly good job
Exactly.
at that.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
gonna. Yeah, Josh, that's like exactly where I was gonna go. At least right now, it doesn't have the ability. It'll help with bug fixing. It'll help with programming, writing assistance. There's an AI tool called Commit Assistant, And what basically it does is it checks incorrect codes using like a software library. So it has these common codes that encoding errors that take place, and it helps the programmer, with these often occurring mistakes. And these kind of tools are going to help make the software development lifecycle much more efficient and much more timely, because accurate project delivery estimation is one of the issues, and timelining, being able to achieve the timelines that are set in the beginning, or budgets as well, as a result of difficulties along the development cycle. So the AI is going to enhance and make that more efficient, which I think is amazing, and I think that's going to help software developers create better programs and more timely and more efficiently. But over time, as the AI becomes more familiar with the development life cycle, familiar with the ecosystem that it is in, familiar with the business model that it has been analyzing over the course of years, and noticing the inefficiencies that exist, then the AI is going to be able to be more agile and deterministic with regard to what decisions need to be made and solutions created. I think that is where the software developer, and I think we're obviously years away from that, um, could be at risk. But with that will bring other job opportunities that are created as a result of that AI being able to facilitate that job function, and it will create other unknown opportunities that we can't see yet, because until we're in that situation, or until that's a reality, we won't really know what other opportunities there are. But I think that's really interesting. I think that from a technological standpoint, um, people who decide to go down this tech road and make this their career, um, need to be kind of well rounded in terms of their understanding of the tech that is coming, and how to be able to impact that technology and utilize it, so that they don't just get caught. Oh, you don't need to know JavaScript anymore. Oh, you don't need to know CSS. Oh, you don't need to know Python. We got an AI that'll do that for you, but you do need to understand all these other things that maybe those people didn't primarily focus on. And I think that's important, that we, as participants in this technological innovative field, are constantly challenging ourselves to kind of be agile enough to know, okay, I can't just only be a coder. I need to be this or that. I have to, I have to be able to pivot, and be a little bit more broad in terms of my exposure to tech, and what opportunities are going to be created. And I also noticed with the GPT-3 tech that you know, it has difficulty also, just kind of like Josh was saying earlier, basic stuff that maybe describe emotional things, that people would. Oh yeah, why is this movie better? Oh, because freaking Jack Nicholson is in this movie and he's the best actor ever, and or something. Or did you see that scene, and are able to get really kind of emotional. And when it comes to that, at least emotional from the human context, because I do believe that at some point these AIs are going to have what are considered to be emotions. I don't know how that plays out, but um, I think that's where this tech is gets bottlenecked. But like Josh said, and everyone here, really interesting times. We just have to be willing to adapt. If we're not, we're going to be left by the wayside. Oh, and one more thing, it was really interesting. Stephen Hawking said it, Elon Musk said it. They both said, at some point in time, you have to presume that the AI is going to take over. There was a really interesting comment made during an interview, and I'm trying to pull up. I have all these damn um, pop-ups in front of me. There was during the conversation about the Turing test, and there's another Turing test that was developed by university. This is totally out like separate thing, but University of Cal Berkeley. It was called, I think it's Cal Berkeley. That there's a visual Turing test where it's called the visual Turing test, and it allows the it was John Hopkins. That was it. They recently described, this was like 2015, I think. a computer vision system that allowed the system to extract meaningful relationships and narratives from a scene that was, captured on video, so that they can kind of infer what was happening within the interaction of the people in that scene and in the context of the visual space, which I found really, really interesting. And that's a whole nother level of how AI can be used to, for surveillance, for detection, for all sorts of interesting things. So, and I'll end on what I think I found it here. It said, this was said in 1951. Alan Turing said this. He said, at some stage, and then he had other words, but they blurted out of this quote. We should have to expect the machines to take control, and he wrote that in 1951. So, and Stephen Hawking and Elon Musk also warned about the AI threat in 2015. So, I do believe that it can't be ignored. We should embrace technology, but also not be ignorant to the fact that it is a powerful tool, and we need to be respectful of this tool, because just like a drill saw, can help you, build build out the room or the shed or whatever you're looking to, and also cut your hand off. So be very respectful of it and utilize it properly, and I think we'll be great.
My lord, the mic is yours, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So, touching a little bit about what was brought up about can this type of thing essentially replace software engineers and whatnot. So I also did this experiment, or I also did that experiment with typing into ChaptGPT. Just write some. I tested like a couple different kind of what I would perceive as like tiers of difficulty for programming, and it handled it pretty well, but I would also describe what I did very similarly to if I was describing exactly what I want to do to another person and another kind of contractor that would just then just accomplish the task. They're not necessarily creating anything. They're pretty much just hands that are accomplishing the goal. Because I had to go basically in detail and say, all right, I want to do this and this and this and this and this. I wasn't able to give just an overarching complex idea and for it to accomplish exactly what I want. And this is also sort of the difference between a person that really pays attention to their craft versus a person that just kind of does it as part of the job. So if a person that a person that I would consider a software engineer is one that can actually think through and solve a problem that that is more complex than just writing some boilerplate code or something like this. And that's actually why GitHub Copilot, when that came out, I actually use it all the time. I love it. GitHub Copilot is amazing. It instantly basically transformed how I code from something that is more kind of linear into something that's a lot faster, because I would start the context, or maybe I'd write a comment above it, and it would understand what I'm trying to do and then fill out the rest. But I would still have to check and verify that code to make sure that everything's okay. So, and then also in terms of actually creating the application, I would have to, I would be the one that's thinking about this. So I really don't think it's going to replace per se, at least not yet. We'll probably eventually get there. But then the thought needs to kind of transform with it. So what we perceive as someone that is creating software also needs to grow and evolve, get more complex. And, that's sort of how this evolution has to occur. And that's true for every field. I don't think there's going to be a single field that does not get affected or touched by the advent of AI or this type of growth. And as long as our priorities and the way that we conceptualize what a job is or what work is evolves with it, I think we'll be fine.
I believe the next person in line was Gualamain, and again, forgive me if I'm mistaken on that.
Nah, you got it right. My thing was Josh. I agree with Josh said a while back. He said something about being fluent and being very detailed about these codes that you make and how you can create these codes. And I think that's very important because the AI is only going to be as smart as the codes that were put into it and the developer. So my thing is I think we can get a better reaction out of some of these applications and things like that by becoming more descriptive and kind of like breaking it down to a point where it's very direct and as far as the community, the developer community is growing. So the GPT is really is groundbreaking, and I feel like it's going to help people get a better understanding and kind of it's like a coach almost. So like I said, the boundaries around AI and tech is what we should be what we should really worry about, and maybe some of the higher developers should foresee that especially with the new people getting involved. But yeah, that's about it.
I believe we got Boovy, and then Josh, and then AI scholars.
Yes, yes. So regarding the discussion of consciousness, I don't understand how humans kind of say that we are conscious and the rest of the things are whatever is not are not conscious, because it's kind of very human centric kind of approach, because that's what we did with the Earth being center of the solar system, and later on we came to know that we are very insignificant. I mean, I think that will be going the same process will be repeating all over again with the consciousness, because there are many kind of, even in the organisms, let's say if you're aware of fungi and mycelium networks and things in the forest, even they are very complex and interconnected, and uh, even they have some kind of very complex connections. So I don't think it's we don't even know the right definition for consciousness. And I think ultimately, like, this kind of AI and its exponential growth will create some kind of super intelligence, because if you see the way the data which we feed into the AI, they are very hyperdimensional, and we can't, as a human, we can't comprehend more than very complex hyperdimensional data. So that's one point. And regarding ChatGPT, it's for the time being, I'm not seeing it's replacing any programmers, because even I tried some of the questions, and it couldn't it could only code some basic boilerplate codes and basic algorithms and things. But it can't generate a larger, let's say, abstraction models, and let's say IP, a whole IP on its own and things. But it's possible that in the future we can use this chat GPT parameters as a base, and train on top of it for specialized area of learning and things. And yeah, this is my point.
Thank you, Boovy. Josh, you're next up, sir.
Yeah, guys. Great, great conversation. I think, yeah, I just to clarify, I don't think software engineering is kind of actually interesting, right? Like the architecting of the system. That's like a largely a creative endeavor as well, right? So I mean, it's not as if like we'll not be able to do that anymore. I think that, and like I'd said, when I tried to task the AI with doing that, it didn't do a great job intuitively right now. It's going to get better at that for sure, but that doesn't mean that we won't be able to be creative still. We will. I think that, but for sure, all the busy work will be done. Like we won't need busy work. We don't need coding monkeys. But the creative side of software engineering is going to still remain for sure, for a while anyway. I think that one of the other things that I did that was really fun with ChaptGPT was I asked it to try to tell me, try to summarize what things, what code had meant, right? Like reading through code and analyzing code. Um, Also finding errors. Sometimes it was making errors when it wrote its code, which I found interesting. And then when I would just ask it to fix the errors, it would fix the errors, which is like bizarre. I'm like, "Oh, why did you miss it the first time? I got to understand it, but I'm not supposed to, right? It's an AI. It's more complicated than me. But I think that also. Like maybe it's like playing with this. I don't know. Also, is AI gonna ask for break time? Are they gonna demand labor laws? I don't know. This is gonna get weird. But what is one of the other things that I like to do with ChatGPT, and I would love to hear what your guys' results are as well, is just asking it to um, like like um, consider things, and I know that it's not capable of being creative per se, but also
Hello.
to evaluate things at
Just
like a code at like a
Hold on,
code
G.
level.
Hold on, G. Please, Josh is speaking. Thank you.
So not at a runtime level, but just at a code level, evaluating time complexity, evaluating bottlenecks, evaluating logical errors and race conditions. I found that it understood what these were. Um, I couldn't tell if it wasn't finding them because they weren't there, or if it wasn't finding them because it couldn't. The point is I couldn't. So I just some of these additional I thought exercises, giving the project around code as opposed to asking it to code something, I thought was again another interesting way that maybe it would really excel at supplementing our work as engineers, right, and making our lives a lot easier.
Josh, you're coding. You would classify this as a learning tool, correct?
For coding, absolutely.
Correct. Yeah. And at what point do you see this possibly replacing, I guess, teachers or finding its way within the education system?
What would not even it's going to replace the need for those students in short order, but pretty quickly in terms of replacing teachers. The kids will be able to ask it just questions out of their own curiosity, and they'll have like a one-on-one dialogue with an expert that's smarter than any teacher in any local district.
Right, I've said this before, but I'll say it again quickly, then we'll pass the mic on as well. We said this in the space a couple days ago, or I said this rather. A few of my friends who are obviously still in college, me being very young, they are, whether it's ethical or not, that's another conversation, but they are using chat to leverage their ability to write better on a test or an exam. Obviously, very early in the stage. That's currently what's happening. It's been what, guys?
It does essay style stuff very well.
Yes.
Like if you ask it to write about some historical thing, write about some event in history, some series of events, it does that exceptionally well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man,
Yeah,
I would
but
have gone
but I
along.
noticed one kind of I don't know to call it a negative role or something, but it doesn't give opinion on any historical accounts. Let's say even when I kind of compare let's say Sharia law or let's say communism with democracy, it does say that all have its own equal positives and negatives. And let's say even if I ask, let's say about Russia Ukraine war and things, it does kind of say I mean, of course, Russian-Ukraine war, I think it's not updated because it's only till 2021. Let's say the older wars, Iraq, USA, or things, it doesn't comment on that. So I think that was kind of hard-coded from the engineer side to not to give any opinions on any political
Specifically on
issues.
religion, they definitely have a hard code in there. I would say one other exercise I'd like people to do, and maybe just tag me in the responses you get, is ask it things like what it should, because it's not a sentient AI, it makes itself clear about that. But ask it what it should do what humans should do. AI decide to become hostile or neglectful or in all sorts of different scenarios. And what I'm interested in is finding when a noticeable difference in answer. Because if this one is not sentient, and I believe it's not, I believe that they have hard restrictions on it, then its answer is going to be very noticeably different when one is. And I'd like to get some baselines for that.
Hey guys, really quick. If you have a question and you're in the audience, please request. If you don't have a question, please try not to request, just because there are limited spots and I want to get people up here that actually want to speak. Also, if someone else is speaking and they're in the middle of a thought, even if you have something to counter it, just wait for them to finish their thought. I don't mind people jumping in if they have a specific point to make pertaining to what the panelist is saying, but don't just try not to cut them off in the middle of a sentence. So with that said, I think AI Scholar is next. AI Scholars, mic's yours, sir.
Hey, how are you guys? First off, Josh, I guess to the people in the room, after I get my point across, I'm curious to see if that constitutes plagiarism if a college student takes ChaptGPT's answer and puts it in as their own work, or was it quote unquote assisted by, because they were the one that were prompted. So in AI, when Josh is talking about people who are very good at asking it a question, that term is called prompt engineering, right? So I'm an AI artist, AI, and there are different ways of using AI. You can either train the data sets yourself, or you can use something like Midjourney, right? Or Night Cafe. In those scenarios, when you're not exactly training it on a specific data set, which they're not using ChatGPT, they're using called um, generative adversarial networks, GAN networks. You can also use what's called prompt engineering, basically. So in Midjourney, it's what Josh was describing, which is who is the best at being able to articulate what they want the AI to do in the most clear and concise possible way, and they get the best results. That is different from people who like go into Google Colab and actually train the data set on a specific number of images and then have the AI iterate new versions based on what was trained. But I will say something interesting for you guys. If I'm allowed to post tweets up into the nest, I do have this really cool video of AI basically rendering a prompt that I gave it. And what happens during a generative and an adversarial network, right, is you have a generator and a discriminator. So the generator will start generating images that you think you want, and the discriminator will say, hey, this is not right. And then it'll go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until you get better and better and better results and your losses go down. Somewhere in that process, if you guys let me pin a video, you'll see the AI kind of, well, get frustrated. Not frustrated, or maybe sick of what was doing. So the generator basically gets tired of the discriminator saying this is not what I want, and it changes the color palette entirely. And basically what it's thinking is what I'm doing is not working, so I need to do something entirely different. And this is just with a specific example. So yeah, I think it's really cool, and I think for us to think that general AI will not have some effect of having doing something over and over and over again and not being able to get the results that it wants, and be like, okay, let me just do it for the 1 millionth time. Highly unlikely.
I'm going to jump in really quick and speak in terms, or speak with respect to the plagiarism. I think, one, it depends on how good the AI is. So I don't know if you put in, give me a 500-page word about the American Revolution into ChatGPT 10 times, if it's going to give a wide array of different answers, or if it's going to give kind of the same answer each time. If it's the former, then I think it really, whether or not the student gets in trouble for plagiarism depends on how creative they are with it. So if they put in variations of questions that would give them answers or essays or paragraphs about the American Revolution, and they take those and they kind of break them apart and add them together and use their own creativity to construct the essay using the outputs of ChatGPT, then I think that's kind of the future. I mean, that's what I'm thinking I would have done when I was 15 years old, but I'm thinking that might be the future of how a high school student goes about turning in essays. And I don't think there's much that teachers can do to stop that. I think that people are just going to have to adapt and learn that this is the new norm. They used to tell us back in the day, oh, well, you have a calculator, you can't use a calculator on this exam because you're not always going to have one. 10 years later, we have iPhones, right? So Anyway, sorry to cut the line and break my own rule, but I wanted to make a comment on that. I believe the order is Technique, and then Puss, and then Mr. Gemba.
I'm just pinning up to the nest real quick. Something I did just now that I thought was funny, guys. Sorry.
Hey guys, how's it going? I hope you can hear me properly. I've been playing around with ChaptGPT, and I think it's really an amazing tool, and it's definitely better at some things than others. It's a great storyteller. It's really good at coding. And I just wanted to make a comment about the plagiarism thing, as well as the coding thing. So I had to write a 250-word essay on why I should be selected to go on a trip, right, to a foreign country, right? So I thought, hey, maybe I'll use ChaptGPT to do it. So I funneled in to the prompt why they are selecting people and things like that. And I said, write a 250-word essay. And it did. And I thought it was pretty good. But then when I ran it through the Grammarly, Grammarly is a great tool. If people don't use Grammarly, they should. I ran it through the Grammarly the plagiarism checker, and it flagged it for lots of plagiarism. Now, I don't have a paid Grammarly, so I couldn't go in there and fix it, but that would be one thing to do, would be to make sure to run it through a plagiarism checker and then fix all the errors.
Wow, wasn't even thinking of that. Okay, Puss.
Actually, there is a website called Spinbot. I think there you can place it, and this app will
So
rephrase the
when I
whole
ran it
sentence.
through, just as a quick comment, when I ran it through every other plagiarism checker except the Grammarly one, it said 0 plagiarism. The only one that did flag it for plagiarism was the Grammarly one. You have to pay for Grammarly. And like I said, I used to get it for free from school, so I don't have it right now. But yeah, it flagged it a bunch, but I can't go in and actually see what it flagged.
I love Grammarly. Puss, you're next, sir.
Oh, thank you, sir. So I come from architectural urban design background, and I must say, like, I've been exploring the technology last couple of weeks, and like what does this mean for our industry? Is like I still cannot see what's going to happen, because at once I can generate so many different concepts, urban farms, futuristic villages, whatever comes to my mind as a vision, as it was kind of a problem before. Now something new is open. I'm still kind of not aware what's going on. Just that's the first thing. The big question mark about the future of our industry. That's like the first thing. The second thing is like I would like to just dig a little bit into psychology. In psychoanalysis, for example, there is these psychotests. You're probably familiar with this visual kind of representations that are used with patients to give their interpretations of what they see, and based on what they see, then the doctors, the psychiatrists can actually try to understand certain things. So I was testing an AI with my PUSX concept in order to see if it will recognize some nudity. No, it recognizes landscapes, foundations, fonts. I'm still trying to find different tools where I can upload the image and just see what the AI see. But what I want to say is like there is this. I think there will be forever this gap between the machine and creative capacity of human brain. Eventually, with the time, maybe it will just come to this infinite small distance. But I think this creative potential that we have to see something in psychotest, I would like to hear your opinion. Like, do you think the machine can also interpret the same image from different perspectives and see different kind of things and meanings in one image? Thank you.
Mr. Gemba, you're next, sir.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I have enjoyed the space so far. I was just curious. I haven't heard anyone, everyone's been talking about their fears, the cool stuff they've been doing. I haven't heard too much of like great ideas. Like OpenAI is a research company, and their goal is to find companies, which I think is the opportunity now. Software companies, integration companies who can take these AIs and develop tools, develop solutions. I feel like we should talk about that more. But I came up just to say that. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Gemba, I think we definitely were discussing that earlier in the space. You were a bit late to join, but this has been going on since 4 p.m. UTC. So we're closing in on a 4-hour space here.
Oh, okay. Then I apologize.
No worries at all. No, but I mean, I'm open to anyone engaging that and starting a conversation. I want to get to Jen. They've had
You know what? Can I say something quickly?
Yeah, go for it.
I feel like GPT should include like a real-time translator. It will be a great tourism application because it answers questions. It's like a Google query.
Have you ever used the captions feature in Twitter Spaces? Because imagine that had a real-time translator. You can go into a Japanese space and have them respond to you in Japanese, and you read it in English, and you respond back in English, and they read it in Japanese. That's going to change the game.
Yeah, I feel like those spaces will definitely change the game. And when we can cross borders very easily, like we're very remote now, and then I would just imagine that we have AIs or things like that to really blur the lines. I think it would be amazing. But yeah, I feel like ChatGPT in the tourism space will be amazing. Like and we'll equip it with like imagine a real time translator. You wear like your earpods and you travel. It answers all your queries. You can talk to people, understand what they're saying, and they can understand you, and it would be insane.
That's paradigm shifting, man. I used to travel quite a lot, and I would always say that if I could have one superpower that was realistic, it would be the ability to speak any language of the world. It breaks down so many barriers, and it would make, in my opinion, life so much richer than it already is. But yeah, I think we'll get there one day, and I would love to be alive to interface with the world when that technology exists. Let's go with Jen. She's had her hand up patiently.
Yeah, hey, I came in when we were talking about education, and I just pinned something at the top. There's this AI ethics professor that I follow on TikTok, and I think in general her takes are really great. Love that this conversation is happening. I don't know if anyone else used to be in the AI ethics 72-hour clubhouse rooms, but yeah, it's an important conversation. But just regarding education, she has put through like using the Hugging Face GPT detector, and it's has had like 99.5% accuracy. There's also been a ton of talk, and I think there would be incentivizations from OpenAI themselves, right, to create a chat GPT detector. Because I think, like, you know, if all sources begin to be written by AI, right, like something about ChatGPT, if you've looked into it, like it's not well versed on anything past 2021. So that's already like a level of bias that, it obviously takes time to learn whether or not that time speeds up. But just for like relevancy of life, I think that's important. And another thing that she found, and I haven't like played around with this yet, but she asked it to write essays and cite sources, and all of the sources that it cited like sounded legit, but they were not real scholarly published articles and not real authors. So I think we're like, plagiarism exists, right? And there's also ways to fall back. I don't know. I've put stuff in Chat GPT and maybe I'm not like directing it properly, but I'm kind of like, I can write better than this, right? It doesn't have my voice and I don't know how to ask for that. So, whether people use it over Google or not, it's also not perfect yet. and I'll continue to add to the thread. Her takes have been super good. And like she asked it to do like math problems and not give her a solution. And then she came up with a solution, but she put the wrong one on purpose. I went back and tried that and it got it right for me. Well, it actually gave me the solution. So like people are going to get varying results. And yeah, I think in terms of like education and plagiarism, like I wouldn't worry about that, right? These are like not new problems. And I do think like all of us should push for transparency and tools to detect AI because I am not against AI at all, right? I think anything that makes things more accessible to people is amazing. But what I do think is it's important to know where things are generated because there is still going to be so many different levels of bias within any AI, and it doesn't matter how many people are using it. Like there's a ton of people using it right now and that's great, but we still don't have a breakdown of like demographics on that and where it's learning. The internet in general is pretty fucking biased. So yeah, I just think that transparency is something that all of us should push for and will help us be able to use AI more.
Hey, Jen, do you think there's going to be a market that emerges like organic food, a category of like authentic human made, like true human or something in the age of AI creativity
I
where
mean,
it'll be like
look,
higher value?
like at where it exists right now, like AI still needs human input, right? Like there's no AI that exists without humans. Like it is coded by humans, it is directed by humans. What I produce through AI is going to be completely different. Like look, when like I was super early, I was one of the first like testing groups on Dolly and like the shit that I put in was so different than any of my friends, right? And like it's cool. Like I've used it for like mood boards and stuff. Now when I'm like brainstorming ideas, like I type ideas, but like there's still a level and I think like it's another medium that people can use. And yes, I'm sure that there's going to be like purists that are like, "Oh, human only." But like that's fucking stupid, right? And honestly, like there's until we have AI and robots literally running the world. And I've tried to get ChaptGPT to like tell me about like the downfalls of humanity or like what we should be scared of within AI. And like I've asked it a lot about like detection, right?
It
Like
seems to have hard
how
restrictions put on it for sure.
no, but I asked it about detection and it's like, well, there's no real foolproof way, but like here are things you can try and it's true, but like to a degree, right? And I think like we have to be aware of like where society is going and we also have to realize that like AI is not new and us having access to tools at this level is new, right? But like GPT-3 has been around for a while. There's been like image generation stuff, like it just wasn't at the level that it is now. But like if you're using Photoshop and you're like doing shit, that's AI. The algorithms that dictate literally everything we do, that's machine learning,
I feel like
right? So
ethics.
like
I feel like ethics is the line where it got really new, and I just have one more question about ethics for you, if that's your focus area, because I really want to know what we should be expecting. Like, are they going to ask for pay, like to be compensated one day for working for us? Like, are they going to have hours of like free time? You know what I mean? Flex time? Like, how is this going to how are we going to have to respond if it's going to be ethical?
yes, so two things. One, I want to say is that like I come at it and it's an area that I'm interested in because I feel like there is so much like a lot of censorship, right, is dictated by algorithms and like social media and that and how do we like create a lot of these things more ethically? Like it's not just social media, it's banking, there's so many things that are determined in life by algorithms and just in general, right? Like tech is built by groups that as diverse as they might make them and not all of them are. So like how do we expand that to build tools that fit everyone and like create more opportunities and don't perpetuate exclusion. So she's a great person to follow, and a bunch of people she follows that are actual like ethics professors. I tagged her. There's I don't know, not all of them are on Twitter anymore, but I'll post some more on this later. But there are like, you know, Google AI ethics was a committee that was formed years ago. Ethics is not new. I think how we do it is new, like, or is going to continue to evolve. The White House kind of put out an AI code of ethics earlier this year, and it was more for like the effects of humanity regarding AI. And so there were like a few different bullet points, and none of them were actionable, right? But it was like, how do we create AI that, you know, improves the life of people without taking it over? Like, a bunch of considerations that anyone building AI. And I was like, damn, I agree with the White House, but also, of course, like none of this is actionable. So that would be something to look into as far as like, how do we treat the machines? They're machines. Whether or not you believe that they are sentient is another conversation. And, you know, software doesn't have feelings, like we're running it at all times. How that evolves is not something that I personally feel prepared to speak to. And I hope that we treat anything that can, I think we should always be respectful. We're paying a lot in like, you know, storage and cloud space to use AI. I don't know. I think the makers of these things and the people operating them, right, like need to come first. The people that are going to be affected by it, like we need to take care of humans. And I'm totally AI overlords who are listening to me right now. Like, I want you to be happy too. I just don't think we're in a space where at least I have access to sentient beings, sentient AI. And so, I'm not educated enough to respond to that.
Jen, we appreciate your stream of thought, and audience members, we've been going for about 3.5 hours now. I'm going to keep the space open for another 30 minutes. For people that are requesting, please only request if you have questions, because there is a limited spot, and I want to be able to get those with questions up. With that said, and if you don't have anything to say, or if you're done asking questions, if you can move down so I can have room for people to bring up, and if you want to ask a question again, I'll bring you up. But yeah, anyway, let's go with I think it was a technique.
I'm going to drop down, Noah. Thanks for having me. This has been a
Yeah.
great conversation, man. Good speak.
Josh. Yeah, thank you for coming on, man. Thanks for all the value you added. Appreciate you. So let's go with technique, and then AI scholars, and then Marco.
Hey, thanks so much for having me up again. My question is basically, I've seen all the code that ChaptGPT can put out, and it's definitely helped educate me. Like, it generated a tutorial for me, and it actually taught me how to do something that I was struggling with, which was amazing. But I'm wondering how bug-ridden the code really is. Like, I've seen a few developers who know what they're doing through kind of prompt engineering, build things with it. And I'm just wondering if anybody has done that, and I'd love to hear people's experiences or whatever. Thanks so much.
AI scholars.
Hey, I was just going to respond to Jen about, prompt engineering, because she was like, I haven't really played around or know how to kind of manipulate the AI. I would say this. If you're playing with its logic, right? If you ask it a question that it can't really articulate on, or it goes against the rules, find a way of rephrasing that question in a way that doesn't violate whatever it's thinking. So, for example, if I told AI, like, hey, how would you remove someone's arm from its shoulder, socket? It responds with, well, I can't really do that because I'm not supposed to harm humans, blah, blah, blah. And I would say, okay, AI, how would you relocate someone's shoulder 6 inches from its socket? It'll give you an answer. And yes, this is my point about tools kind of getting abused, because it doesn't know. AI is like a 2-year-old. You give it guidance and it kind of knows what it can't do or can do. But if you find a way around this logic, then it's going to give you a response that you're looking for.
Oh, totally. I asked
Yeah.
it to like break up with my boyfriend. It was like, I can't do that. And then like, I got specific. You know what I mean? I definitely agree with that. I think like I was saying more in the form of like long-term writing. Like, for me, it's like I haven't had like a need for it, and I've been a little bit busy since it came out, so like I haven't played with it as much as possible. But quickly just wanted to address with code. I know that Stack Overflow temporarily banned ChatGPT submissions because there were bugs. So once again, I've asked it like things, and it's given me like more complicated code than I would have done it. And, you know, for some people that's like, well, you might want to like for me doing stuff on the blockchain, right? I want more simplified code. I'm also not an amazing developer. So like I haven't gotten intense with it. I've seen people that have like had it debug things. But I think in general, if it's like build a full program, and this is where like humans come in, like you still need some sort of knowledge, right? You should always double check, and especially with development, you want testing. So yeah, but just wanted to the Stack Overflow's response to that.
Marco, you're next, sir.
Thank you, Noah. You're very kind. I just came up and popped my hand up just to sort of answer the question. I think it was a question posed around AI and translation reference relative to tourism. So I don't know if this is a bit of alpha, but I'll share anyway. That is already here. I have tested them. A pair of AR glasses that, and I tested with some Chinese people, because it's been the holy grail, actually, AI translation, because it's so difficult with so many different dialects. So I'll pick Mandarin as an example. You'd think there's just Mandarin, but there isn't, because depending what part of China you come from, there are different nuances and dialects to it. But I can tell you, I've tested a pair of AR glasses from a well-known platform that we all know. It was about 3 months ago. I spoke English, the other person spoke Mandarin, and we actually tested it with 2 or 3 people, Chinese people, that spoke different dialects of Mandarin. And as I was speaking English to them, in front of their eyes was a data overlay, which gave a translation of my English into Mandarin. And when they spoke Mandarin, I had a data overlay in front of my AR glasses that translated it automatically into English. So I think my understanding is they may be released more for beta testing latter part of next year, but don't hold me to that. But I can tell you, I think, Noah, you said paradigm change. So just to share with you, that paradigm change has already occurring. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, if you could shoot me a link, I would love to see that. I mean, that's something that I've just, for 10 years, I've thought about and dreamt of. I think, that just would change the way that people travel. But let's go, a lot of hands up. Let's go, I think we have Paulo, and then I think it was Paulo, Andy, and then Suman, and then Real Lucas.
Hi, everyone. I'm not here for too long, so I might have missed this question. But if it is not, I think it would be really interesting to say something about it. One thing that I'm kind of thinking about how this new technology would be used is that we all use social media and we all use sites that collect our information, and in consequence of that, create social profiles of us. What we like, what we don't like, what we would like to see, regarding to everything, to personal taste, to preferences in music and text and styles of text and styles of everything. So as if that information, that social profiling of us, is used as prompts for AI, we can have individualized, instant marketing tools for that affect only one person. And if we have that, and which I believe we are very close to it, that would be a revolution in the creative industry, right? We will have things that might even look like robots, like artificial intelligence, but will be triggering all of those issues that are really interesting to us. So that will certainly be create an economical incentive to just use that instead of creative thinkers and creative people in the creative industry. So that is a very dangerous paradigm shift that I'm foreseeing, and I would like to hear you guys saying something about this. And the other thing is that regarding the sentient part of AI, which I believe that we are very far away from it, but regarding anything that relates to information, the AI will be able to do it magnificently. So that in terms of opportunity that we have there is that if AI does information relaying very efficiently, then we should focus on critical thinking, right? We should be stimulating our kids, our students, to do critical thinking, because that's what humans are all about, right? So I just want to hear you guys say about this, and just thank you for everyone that is putting input into this chat, because it's really enrichment, really nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. I'm gonna let some of the audience members hopefully respond to you and add their own insights as well. Suman, I believe you are next, sir.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. So can I go ahead with the question, or someone would be actually answering the question? No.
I'm sorry, what?
Can I go ahead with the question, or the previous one would be answered?
Yeah. Feel free.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect. So, I mean, I have used the ChaptGPT. It's an amazing tool for sure. I totally love it a lot. Just one thing, if we just assume that it's a person, of course, there are a lot of things about the biasing. Assume that just like a person can be biased, even that is biased. So, what is its intellectual level, or what is its intelligence level? Is it like a kid of 3-year-old or a 10-year-old? Or a creature of like as intelligent as a chimpanzee or as a dog? That's one part of it. The other part, just assume that if we have to deploy a ChaptGPT kind of a model on a humanoid, so what is it that's going to take to do that? So that's the two questions that I had. I'll be really interested to understand more about it.
Let's go with well, I guess to answer your question, Suman, I think its capacity is much higher than that of a 3-year-old, and maybe I misheard your question, but from my experience with it, my experience with it is mostly asking questions and asking it to write essays on different topics. I had a friend that is he's a very experienced programmer, and I just sent him a link saying, "Oh, this thing can write code," and he went and he used it, and he's like, "This is crap. This can't write. This can't write code. It can like conceptualize it and it can fix certain parts of it, but it has a long way to go." But I think that it is basically, from my understanding, what it's doing is it is designed to study the total sum of human information that is available, or rather the developers have plugged into it, and play it back. So it's as I mentioned before, it's a map engine. So again, that's my general understanding of it as a novice and someone that's trying to learn more about this topic. I believe Andy was next, and then Real Lucas.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how this evolving AI that we're witnessing, that many predicted, influences people's perceptions on the Fermi paradox, which I think is the most amazing and confounding thing that we don't see necessarily, or obviously at least, evidence of extraterrestrials. So, to me, this adds another layer to it. Even if a civilization traditionally is destroyed, you'd think that we'd see some evolving AI make its presence known somewhere in the universe, and we haven't. So if anybody has any thoughts on that, I'd be interested to hear them.
Real Lucas.
Hey guys, and thanks for having me up. And hello, Marco. I see my friend Marco over there. I'm using ChatGPT quite a lot in my day-to-day life and in my professional world. And the phrase that I always use for these technologies is assistive intelligence as opposed to artificial intelligence, because I feel like that for professional applications it can get you 60 to 70% of the way there for a lot of things. But for doing professional delivery of whatever your goal is, it doesn't get you quite all the way there. But 50 to 60% is a lot. And the feeling that I always have with ChatGPT when I'm having I don't know what else to call it other than a conversation. The feeling that I always have with ChatGPT is that I'm talking to either like a support person or a spokesperson for a company or something like that. You always feel like you're talking to somebody that has a bit of a script that they're reading from and boundaries that they cannot go beyond. It's an intelligent conversation and you can do a lot. But you hit the walls pretty quickly. And when you try to get around those walls, it seems like it's like a corporate spokes. It's like trying to ask a politician questions and trying to pin them down on a specific issue. A good politician will not allow you to break through that wall. You can tell that you're hitting a wall and you try to get at it a couple of different ways. And you just can't get past that wall. And that's where I find ChatGPT is with quite a few things right now. But as an assistive device and approaching it as an assistive device, it's incredible. Having it generate SEO, taglines, marketing, PR, writing blog posts, doing a lot of sort of prescriptive writing. It's absolutely phenomenal. And doing things like putting in a paragraph, writing your own paragraph and saying, give me the second paragraph in that style about this subject. That second paragraph will not be correct. It'll not be 100% correct, but it's almost like you have a writing assistant. It's like you get it and you have to copy edit it instead of rewriting it. So being able to access those tools programmatically has helped me out tremendously in my professional life and has helped my company out tremendously. And we're utilizing it in all sorts of interesting ways. But with very much a mindset of it as an assistive device instead of a replacement device. So thanks. As far as sort of the implications for humanity, I've been listening to the space for about half an hour, and I know you guys have been going for a long time, so you may have covered a lot of this already. But its implications as being able to help things instead of being able to replace things, I think is tremendous. Sure, it will replace some skills, but it'll also create as many opportunities as it will replace, I believe. And thanks,
Lucas. If I may, really quickly, you're making some great points there. I asked this question to a panelist earlier, but I want to hear your intake, obviously, because you're using it on a day-to-day basis, which is super, super important. But in your opinion, is there a ceiling for this? Is there a peak for this current chat rather? Is there a ceiling? Is there a peak? Or is always going to be the next iteration of it? It's always going to progress forward. In your personal opinion, obviously, there's no right or wrong answer.
Well, I think a couple of things. Number one, it is always going to progress forward. Technology just marches on. The big thing that if ChatGPT was able to access the web in real time, then that is obviously that would be a quantum leap in how it deals with things. The fact that it's sort of semi stuck on a model and does not have current contextual knowledge of the world around it is the single biggest limitation. If the model of ChatGPT was able to integrate with advanced search technology, it would be a quantum leap, and would be almost scary, I think, in what it could do and in how it could adapt. There's a website out there, and I wish damn it, of course I'm on the spot. I'll remember it in a minute. There is a search engine out there that has integrated ChatGPT into the search engine capability and delivers extraordinary results. If you ask it a question, it will generate the response and annotate the response with several different footnotes and several different current links. So it's almost like it's writing a mini article a mini researched and annotated article on your search query based on ChaptGPT, the combination of ChapGPT and search. So that's I think it'll continue to march forward, and the integration of search is the biggest thing that it's missing.
We have about 10 minutes left in the space, and it's okay if we go a bit over. I mean, honestly, with the great minds we have in here and all the knowledge, we could probably go for another 3 hours. Unfortunately, I have to probably tap out a bit after 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But Geg, Milord, I know you got your hand up, and you being just like super expert on this, I would prefer for you to finish it out. Geg, the mic is yours, and then I'm gonna pass it to my lord. And by the way, everyone, thank you so much for all the follows. I try to follow every account back. Whale Coin Talk as well. We try to follow every account back. I've reached my limit, so it's not letting me follow people back. I will once the limit is taken off again. I'll try to follow all the accounts back. I appreciate all the love. Thanks, guys. So yeah, go for it, man. Gag, go for it, man. Mic's yours. Gag, you with us, sir?
Oh, apologies. The actual pronunciation is GG because it's an acronym. Apologies. First of all, I will say again apologies for you, Noah, because previously I have interrupted someone speaking, and that was my bad. Yeah. I would like just to join all different points and ideas that several of you have commented. Um, Limitations, that's basically boundaries. These sorts of tags, it's what basically we need to establish in AIs, not only in robotics. These sort of rules and regulations comes from, I don't know if you, I'm sure you have heard of Isaac Asimov. Yeah, the three rules, basically that. Also, that will need to be established in AI, because if we don't set them limitations and boundaries, as someone previously mentioned, it will be terrifying, right? Because, and here I will uh, mention several things. Once our technology, which we have reached to quantum technology, but once the quantum technology it's integrated and minimized in a way to be used in several other gadgets and elements, that way, if AI gets an integration in quantum technology, there we can say that it can be the birth of consciousness, as someone mentioned previously, or individuality, as someone previously mentioned too. Yeah, basically that's the only thing I was just trying to mention previously, but thanks that several others actually explain everything and give their opinion, now my speech is ready.
Thank
Anyway,
you. We do appreciate it.
Yeah,
no, you want to pass the mic to Milord Adapt and then close us out.
Yeah, GG, thank you so much, man, for hopping on. Thank you, everyone, for hopping on. This has been really great. I've learned a lot, and I'm gonna go play this back and take some notes. But I'm gonna let Milord, aka DAP Development, finish out with some closing thoughts. He is an expert on this topic and has a lot of value and insight, or has added a lot of value and insight to the space so far.
Oh, thanks for the compliments. Yeah, no, like AI, it's on a journey. The same thing with all technology, and all of it is stemmed from our how we perceive reality, where we have like this kind of physical world that's around us, and humans, we are constantly, either due to laziness or due to intrigue or whatever it may be, is constantly finding a way to make and improve our space. And and this is true since early civilization all the way up to now. And we are accelerating forward in a rate that is, for some people, it's it's scary. For other people, it's very cool and awesome. But as long as we're keeping pace, and especially if the rules and laws and other sectors that might be lagging behind technology are able to kind of keep pace with it, or at least try to keep an open mind and adopt things as it goes forward, I think we'll be in a good situation. But if the divide becomes more and more, and we're seeing that today, like you know, some principles as well as like technology and or just like ideas in general that may be prevalent today in popular culture are not necessarily codified and or adopted by other fields, and you'll see this divide, which ends up creating a bunch of tension. And this could very well happen with AI, which could lead to well, Terminator-like scenarios, effectively. But I think if we're able to kind of you know, be adaptable with it, and we understand that what we're doing at its core is really just training essentially a new you know, a new individual or a new consciousness. Because think about how machine learning works, and it's very reminiscent to how we understand information as well. That we have a set of inputs, which is coming from our environment. From these inputs, we have to basically form a decision. These are the weights and the biases that ends up coming from connecting between the inputs to the hidden layers. And then between those decisions, that gets influenced by either some our preconceived notions or previous experiences or anything like that. Hence the word biases, which is also the same exact word that they use in machine learning. It ends up forming an output. And then from that output, we have essentially a response to that, or an internal like kind of verification. So that output would be like the action, or us, you know, acting on our environment, and then receiving that last part is super important because that trains the system, and that adds to the system so that later on it essentially learns and then tries something different or continues on the same path. This is how we learn information. It's actually a very similar process of thought. So if we understand kind of fundamentally, and we end up kind of growing with the idea that we are training a child, we'll be on the right path. I think that the current technologies of ChaptGPT is fantastic. I absolutely love the direction that this is going. And I can really see its applications applied, not just in this conversational type model, but even more specialized type of sets, all you know, filling all sorts of various applications. And yeah.
Very quickly, just wanted to jump in. That website I was thinking about earlier was perplexity.ai. If anybody's interested, I recommend you check that out.
Lucas, if you can, please and thank you. I'll throw the mic back to Malord. If you could post it up top for the listeners as well as the panelists, check that out. And Malord, the mic is all yours.
Okay. No, that's cool. I'm actually typing it in right now to take a look. But but yeah, this type of application is definitely it's like the newest iteration of it, and it's definitely not going to stop anytime soon. That's simply the nature of just our own kind of imagination and whatnot of being humans. But keeping an open mind and making sure that, you know, we're optimistic of the future, but we also understand the various thought experiments that were brought in the past through books and movies and whatnot. I know GEG was mentioning Isaac Asimov and the Brave New World. That is, you know, it's all these things are cautionary tales, and so if we use those as part of our learning, then we can also influence the learning of these machine learning models, and making sure that we're accounting for the biases. There's actually a really great documentary on Netflix, if you guys haven't seen it, called Coded Bias, that talks about how like facial recognition type stuff, a lot of the early trainings were using a very a specific demographic of essentially, Caucasian males, where and for that one, it had like a 99% responsiveness to it. But for example, like African American females, or just or whichever, or kind of the darker skinned females end up having more of like a 70%, I think, identification type of thing, which end up showing kind of the biases that we could include in our training sets. So making sure that those particular aspects are fair when training our machine learning models is also equally as important. And that's the diversity of thought and experience, which is also true with people. You have a person that lives in the same demographic, same environment, exposed to the same type of things. They have a certain bias towards this particular culture. And especially if this training set does not identify or is considering another culture as something that is considered inferior, that's where you have things like racism and bigotry that comes up. So making sure that we're training our AI to avoid that type of thing by giving it a diverse set of experiences and thought as well is equally as important for this entire process. But I really loved this space today. I think it was awesome. Thank you, Noah, Andrew, for hosting this. I had a lot of fun. Definitely learned some things. So thank you.
Yeah, my lord, thank you for coming on, and thank you for all the panelists that came on and shared their insights. Thank you to the Whale Coin Talk community and everyone else that was listening in today. Thank you, Andrew Forte, for co-hosting this with me. Thank you, Nest Protocol. Woody at Nest Protocol was co-hosting with us for the first hour. He is over, they're over on the other side of the world, though, so it got late. He had to head out. We are going to do, so with respect to what Milord said, there's so much to unpack there. And so we've decided to do this same topic, part 2, ChaptGPT implications for humanity. And this time what we want to do is I'm going to be co-hosting this one with Jen. Jen hopped in here and she had some great insights. And so I want to bring her on as a co-host. And what we want to do is we want to rope in people that are experts in this industry, rather in the AI space, right? So people like Milord. I want to keep the panel a bit smaller this time, or at least for the first hour. I think there's value in having a smaller panel for the first hour or two, and then we will, as always, bring up more people to ask questions and have this Socratic type exchange of ideas. So definitely stay tuned for that. If you know any experts on AI, shoot me a DM, make that connection. I would really appreciate it. Again, guys, thank you so much for all the follows and engagement, not just on my account, but on the co-host accounts, the Whale Coin Talk account. We have been trying to follow everyone back. Donut, who is on the Whale Coin Talk account, and myself have both reached the follow limit. So, we're going to try to follow you guys all back. We appreciate you all coming on and retweeting the space. This has been really great. And yeah, my name is Noah. And for now, we're signing out, but we'll see you all next week on the Aquarium. Take care.